No, a minute late. Shit. Oh, what's up, everybody? That image is terrifying. Thank you very much. I have been trying my hand at more not Photoshop because I don't have Photoshop. I use GIMP. But more shoppy type shit. What's up? Also, I know I don't normally wear hats, but I am growing a third head right now, so we're just gonna keep that on. How you doing? That image is terrifying. Perfect. What up, Brandon, Fanlair, Mustang? How y'all doing? Thank you very much. Wait. Why is there a second version of this? Okay, I need to exit that. Okay, cool. I found a timer. And by found, I mean rediscovered one that I was already aware of. But I messed around with some other things and then just realized that I should just use Live Split, which is the speed running timer, and just like put hotkeys on my stream deck. Like it's just that easy. So we will have a timer, but timer's working differently. The reason I needed to find a new one is because it will no longer be counting down, it will just be counting up. So it'll give me a good idea of how long I've been on tangents, and like, hey, maybe we ran this one into the ground, huh? sort of vibe. So yeah, I guess that's housekeeping. Nothing else really changed. Full episode Friday, this Friday, and book club on Sunday. Book club's gonna be a weird one because I read a lot of it while very sick. And so now I'm like having to kind of reread some stuff because stuff is happening. I'm like, I don't understand why that's happening. So I wasn't behind, but now I have to re-listen to things, so I am kind of behind. So I'm gonna try to get a little bit going, you know. Yeah, live split's a good solution. Yeah, I was even thinking that I could do like more detailed timers of like, like split it up for like the different tangents, and it could be a way for me to not like make highlights necessarily, but for me to make like general timings so that then you can like go to the episode, or maybe it'd be easier for me to make chapters if I use live split. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. There's potentially some other like, I don't want to say solutions, but like some other benefits to live split beyond just keeping me on topic. Saw your stream with Super Geek Mike. Excited to catch you live for the first time. Hell yeah, Connor. How you doing? Good to see you. I loved chatting with Mike. I want to do a lot more with Mike, and I think the feeling is mutual. Because I want to do another interview type deal because we didn't even get to honestly most of the questions that I had. but I also want to do some non-interview type content, like some more like creative stuff. The problem is, as I went over in last housekeeping, my time is limited, but it is getting less and less limited as the weeks go on. So especially if I get ahead in the unseen campaign and the unshots, I will probably be able to do more collab stuff, which would be really cool. I really like collab stuff. But housekeeping, woo. Takeaway from last episode. Clearly, the Percy reveals with an asterisk. Like, we knew most of it, but it was more like a contextualization, and the other player characters digging into it, I think, told me a little bit more. Like, I had originally said, like, oh, like, because, we knew about the Black Cloud as audience members, but we didn't know the details. And, like, the whole, like, Percy gives the Cloud their soul bit. And I had said, oh, Percy feels like a warlock. Like a Hexblade warlock with a real fancy blade. Um, but after thinking about it more, I don't think the Warlock comparison is apt. Like, regardless of mechanics and, like, whether or not he's the actual class, there are some, like, key differences that I think are, number one, very interesting. Number two, kind of draw a distinct distinction between Percival DeRollo and maybe your more traditional Warlock backstory. And there's some stuff that makes the Black Cloud a very interesting villain in a way that patrons normally aren't. And I thought that was very, very interesting. Yeah. What up, Jack Bar? Yeah, there was some good roleplay, especially in the beginning. The beginning was hot. It was a great start to an episode. Just dropping to say, I love your work. One day I will be able to watch these lives, though. Hell yeah, James. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You are with a contingent. I can see like waves of people going through the playlist. There's like these like groups of people all kind of watching the same episodes. It's really cool. I love it. It's so cool. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm back. Hello, what's up, Mustang? Taliesin is an extraordinary role player, and every single one of his characters, even the joke ones, are amazing. It's so back to Percy and this sort of setup of a Warlock patron is an interesting bit of kind of lore and story that you have to set up, because traditionally, especially if you start at level 1 and you plan on taking all or most of your levels in Warlock, you can't hate your patron, right? Like, if you're a Warlock, you can like be like uncomfortable with your patron, but at the end of the day, you have to be cool with the deal. Like, the deal can't be like a means to an end unless you are, like I talked about with Percy last time, unless you know where your arc ends. And like, the moment that the ends are satisfied, you're done with that character. Or you take them on a redemption arc and totally get rid of your Warlock levels. Like, those are kind of the two options, right? If you're like a means to an end type backstory. Now, I think that Warlocks can still have a means to an end type backstory, but maybe as they have progressed, it's become less of a means to an end, and maybe they've modified the contract, maybe, there's a lot of more ambiguous ways that you can kind of work out of that storyline. But Percy is very solid. I mean, he said it explicitly. It is a means to an end story. He is there for revenge, and he knows he's doing fucked shit on the way. But that's it. That's the point. And once the revenge is done, it seems like he wouldn't want to be a Warlock anymore, which is why I don't think he is. The other thing with the patron, with the Black Cloud, is that typically there's a sense of ongoing power, an ongoing creep. This was more of like a monkey's paw deal, it seems like, especially because traditionally Warlocks give something of their own. I mean, the closest you get to like not of my own is like promising like a firstborn child or something, something like, but that's still like theoretically something you create, that you like bring into existence. So it feels more intuitive that you could bargain it. Whereas Percy is not giving up anything of his own. The only thing he gave up, really, was his morality. But in terms of the actual, like, contract of the deal, he got the guns, and he's giving up other people's souls. I mean, so it's this, there's a little bit of a subversion going on. And I think you could make a very cool Warlock out of this, but it is a little bit different than the typical Warlock plotlines that you would normally see go down. And I think, in my head, that points to the Black Cloud being more of an actual villain than a patron. Because again, typically, patrons kind of stick around. And you kind of have them the whole time. And typically, if you like change patron, it like really affects your powers. Or if you give up the patron, there's like a lot of roleplay stuff that has to happen. I mean, it's a really integral part. Whereas the Black Cloud seems like they made a deal and that's it. It's not really this ongoing type contract. It was a transaction. Which is just, it's very, very interesting. So my prediction is generally that, when I predicted a while ago, like what were the next 20, 30 episodes going to look like? I said that the Briarwoods were going to, what did I say? Oh, that they were on a mission from Wildmount. That this was a political intrigue deal, that, the Wildmount government wants to like invade Amon, and the Briarwoods are there for that. And so the arc might technically end with the Briarwoods, but that there would be something else after that. There would be more villains over in Wildmount, and that was why Keeper Assum was going over to Wildmount, because he was going to be like the prep for that arc, and then they were going to go to Wildmount, and they were going to have crazy adventures over there, and Keeper Assum would be their contact over there. I'm changing my mind. I am full out changing my prediction. Full out. My prediction is now that all of the political intrigue was all a red herring. It was a narrative plot red herring. Because when we've gotten here, the Briarwoods seemed to be political intrigue, and they put on the trappings of political intrigue. But after they were revealed, it has just been shock and awe brutality. It was not, they fucking sent a letter to get like their lease on Castle Grayskull messed with, or they hired someone through a shell company to come and attack the Castle Grayskull. They sent 2 invisible magic things that might as well have had "were from the Briarwoods" written on them. When they interviewed the cabbie, it was not, no, the Briarwoods are cool. Like, he hadn't been charmed. He had been terrified. And now, when we get there, it is not, they've set up these puppet lords that, keep control of the masses, and they have these crazy taxes, and there's none of the trappings of political intrigue. They have giant, undead zombies roaming the city. They have vampires that stalk the night. They have bodies hanging in effigy from the trees. These are not people that want to be loved or even want to put on a pretenderance of love. A pretenderance? That's a made-up word. Anyways, they are tyrants. They are rulers. They are dominators. And so it's tying in for me in the like vengeance, revenge plot line. Whereas originally I thought, the revolution, hell yeah, political intrigue, let's go. They're not even in political intrigue anymore. And I think even their attitude towards the governor, the nobleman, or whatever kind of reflects that. Reflects the mood that they are now in. They are not trying to sneakily assassinate someone. They are sending a blatant shock and awe message. And so now, I think, rather than the Wildmount government being involved at all, maybe the Briarwoods aren't even from Wildmount, I don't know. I think that the final episode of this arc, the final thing of this arc, is going to be defeating the Briarwoods. I still think that they are not the main villain. And then we are going to have exactly what I predicted last time, of he's going to scratch the last two names off of the list, Lord and Lady Briarwood. Scratch, scratch. And once every name is off the list, he was talking about the 6-cylinder, right? And he was talking about how it was blank because, he knew that he had work. You knew that he would have to keep going, keep killing, whatever. I don't think it's actually blank. This is my big read. I think after the 4th and 5th names, Lord and Lady Briarwood, are scratched off the barrel, Percy's name comes onto the barrel. And there's going to be like a moment where I think that Percy, like being possessed, might try to unalive himself. And that the party is going to stop him, either magically or non-magically. And in the process of stopping him, the black cloud will take over his body more and more and more and more. And then we have the evil Percy boss fight. And that will be the end of this arc. And I have no idea what next arc is about. No idea. But that's my read. That's my read. Based off all this, like, vengeance and shock, and, like, I think that is the escalation that we're leading to right now. I know that this whole prediction and the thumbnail is just begging for spoilers. So I appreciate everyone holding the line, and, we'll see. After watching Campaign 1 5 times, it's so hard not to spoil thing. Don't worry, I won't. Yeah. I believe it. I believe that is very, very hard. But I appreciate you guys. Good time zone. What's up? That we know. I've always thought your patron can't take away your power once they give it. Can only stop giving you more. I.e., your patron can't take away your warlock levels. They can only not allow you to take more. I mean, it would depend. I think when we say can't, I don't think there's any can or can't when you're dealing with, extraplanar entities like that. Like using BG3 as an example, which I know is not like a bastion of canon or whatever. But, if Will breaks the terms of his contract, he just gets flung into Avernus. He doesn't even lose his warlock levels. He becomes a slime. So I think they could take away your warlock levels, depending on what you did and what the terms of the contract are. But it would probably depend. Carriage driver is cabby. Love it. I mean, oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. Carriage driver. I mean, a lot of real world BBGs start with political intrigue and switch to outright terror and massive violence once a certain threshold is passed. That's very true. That is very true. I mean, Hitler got elected and then switched to massive violence. Yeah, that's a decent point, AKL. It's a good transition point of, go in thinking it's political intrigue, or start with straight up political intrigue, and then there's a certain like unmasking. And I think honestly, if Matt had his, what his plan was play out, I think there probably would have been a more significant political intrigue part of this. But Vax prompted the unmasking bit so early. So I think that is totally fair. I think that is very, very fair. How does he do it? I got you. Thank you very much. Batting 1,000 every day, every week. If you're a creator and need to talk, check out the Discord. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. We're going to give a little bit of a exclamation point. Discord. Yeah, there's one channel in the Discord that I don't even have on my sidebar. I have everything else, but I do not have Critical Role spoilers. So you go in there and you talk to your heart's content. Link to the Discord. Yeah, link to the Discord's in the description. Hey, fella, really love the content. I'm just about caught up to you. Hell yeah, Aaron. Very cool. Glad to have you. Glad that you're almost caught up. I love all my VOD frogs. I'm a VOD frog for other streamers. But I really love chatting with chat. So with all that being said, that's my big read. That's my big theory. It's just a theory. Rip MatPat. And and we will we'll see how it plays out. But overall takeaway, whatever is the case, like whatever this is leading up to, this is really good work on Taliesin and Matt's part in terms of DM player advice. I love the way that they're working together. My only it's not even really a caveat or an asterisk. It's just a reminder that they are very much having a ton of off-table conversations. Obviously, the two of them, Taliesin and Matt, are having a shitload of off-table conversations, and I would be surprised if they aren't also having some off-table conversations about maybe not, no details of the plot, but at least the tones that are going to be struck, how much they're going to focus on Percy. I think they're having all of those conversations with the other players as well. So if you want to do this sort of thing, you have to make sure that the communication is flowing, because generally D&D's not a main character kind of game, right? That's one of its huge draws and strengths. And right now, it's not a bad thing, but right now Percy's pretty much the main character. So mostly we talk about the hairstyles. We want back to try. Hey, look, man, I'll try some hairstyles. Yeah, I can do that. What up, cheeky monkey? I think you're new. Welcome. Maybe first time chatter, maybe not. If you are, very good to have you. Buffering. Is anyone else buffering, or is it just Baronessa? But yeah. Anyways, so that's if you want to do something that is nope, not new. Dang it! Now there are so many people that I'm actually having trouble determining who's new. So from now on, I'll put out a general call that a lot of new people probably won't see. But if you are new, let me know. I want to know. You don't be like, oh, it's like a waste of a chat. What? No. If you're new in chat, watching right now, or watching in the future, let me know. If it's your first time live, I'll be very, very happy to welcome you. And from now on, I just can't assume anymore, because I used to be able to tell, but I'm starting to forget. I can still recognize people, but it's hard. I had buffering a while back, but I'm good now. Okay, cool. No problems here. Okay, sweet. I told you the other day I was going to play D&D Wish Me Luck. Oh, I do remember that. I remember the contents a lot better. Well, and now I used to remember people by their pictures, but now that there are so many, some of the pictures are blurring together. So it's like, but anyways, that's called aging. It gets worse. Oh no. But yeah, that is last episode, 40. Or not 40, 30, and this will be 30 part 2. I just realized that I did not pull up the time codes yet. Let me get those. Timestamp 156. All right. Ba-da-da-da-doo. 156.35. And you can see live split is, oh wait, I was still on full cam. What's up? Live split is now in the bottom right. Ooh, I guess I could center it now, or not center it, but put it next to chat. That might be a little bit better. There we go. Cool. And then I can start it or stop it and then restart. All right. Is the number of messages a person sends in chat tracked? Could a bot write a message welcoming them if the message number rises from 0 to 1? Ooh, maybe. There's nowhere that I have direct access to that in like YouTube, but Stream Elements might track that. I should look into that, InspireRed, because maybe. Yeah, and then I could have the bot automatically welcome them. And then just if I see the bot, I could add on an extra welcome. Because I know, again, I don't want to compare to Twitch too much because I'm very happy being on YouTube. But I so wish Twitch has a first-time chatter marker. And it's like, that's awesome. I wish I had that. Anyways. I now have a bag of holding. I stole it from one of my teammates. So your team still only has one bag of holding, but I guess you're living up to your name, Cheeky Monkey. That does sound quite cheeky. As if Megan needs another bot to manage. Lol. Hey, how goes it? Looks like I made it just in time. You did indeed, the jungle. I think we are just now ready to start. Boop.
Let's go ahead and... Oh, there he is.
Sorry.
Waiting for Bert to return.
I didn't want to disturb your announcement.
Sit down, you
there you
dickless
go.
wonder.
Oh, it's a sleeping monkey.
Okay.
my god.
Easy, Helga. You meant nothing to me.
Still so little expression on that face due to the
I don't know
mustache.
what you're saying. I can perform perfectly.
I've moved on from Scanlan, and I've cut my hair as a sign of change.
And not because of the heat of the wig.
Vasquez.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like it.
yeah, no, aliens. such a badass Vasquez.
I've taken my scarf off because
It's a layer.
it's really hot.
Yeah.
It's really hot in here.
Been mistaken for a man?
Wait, did it work? Wait. No! No! There was supposed to be a surprise. Why didn't it work? Is it not... Is it what... Shit. Do I need to refresh it? I figured out I had to unsub to the lower tier. Oh, I see, AKL. I see. Dang it. There was supposed to be a... I set up text-to-speech for super chats and memberships. And I was going to read it out, and I was so excited. And so I saw that, and I was like, oh! And then it didn't even do it. What the hell? I know I created it. Alert with TTS? Why did it not do it? Does it not know yet? Maybe it doesn't know yet. Maybe it's behind? We can only hope. Open a new TTS alerts overlay. Man, I was so excited. Well, we might... Let's see, it ends in OBZ. Is that what this one ends in? Wait! It might be the wrong link. Because this is the one... We're doing live troubleshooting. Let's see. Okay, this might be the one. It might be because I saved it, so it generated a different link. Okay, we're gonna say okay. Man, well, we will. You know what? We'll pretend like AKL just membered, and we'll emulate it, and let's see if it pops up. It's still not popping up. What the hell? I'm so pissed off. Why is it not working? It should be on top of everything. Shit. Perhaps the real TTS is the friends we made along the way. No. That's ridiculous. Why? Why? I'm so mad. I was so excited. Wait, let's go back to Just Cam, because I also put it on Just Cam. And let's see if it does it on Just Cam. Okay. I was like, oh man, it'll be the first time I implemented something new. Okay, it's there, but it's tiny for some reason. Okay. So let's go back to this. Is it just that it was tiny and I literally missed it? Okay, I have no idea what I did to fix it. I don't think it was it was real. But okay, so it's there. It really gets lost in the paint, doesn't it? Let's see if I can't Oh, this is the real stream experience. Last time we had crashing. Now we're having me just editing this shit live. Let's see. Text settings. I'm just going to turn it up to where it's just way bigger. I'm not even going to test to like make sure that it looks good. It's just going to be huge now. Let's just do one more emulation to see if it... No. Wait. Why does it... No. Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun. Let's see. Okay, that's way better. Now, hopefully, it does that again. Hopefully it actually works this time. We will see. Still not playing any noises, which is a whole separate issue that I'm not even going to try to solve now. But at least the on-screen visual will work. All of that is to say, thank you very much, AKL. I appreciate it. If it doesn't use Taliesin Jaff's voice, I don't want it to announce my membership anyway. Dude, there are some, like, AI voices that you can get to read your TTS. I did not use any of them. I used all the robot-y ones that you hear on, like, TikTok or whatever, but the TTS was stolen by the Emperor of Mankind. Fixing the engine of a car while you're driving it. Exactly. It's the best way to fix it. You can see all of your mistakes in real time. Well, we'll see if that works. And we will keep going.
Come on, you got another response.
No, have you?
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah.
Frog has disadvantage on his next attack.
And Vex has advantage?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay, cool.
We'll see when we get there. All right, so to put it down. I will clan all over your ass. I got art signs all day, yo. All right. Anyway, so what are the groups? Were you guys are just splitting up across the city?
Oh, right, yes.
Is that a thing? Are we doing
Yep.
this?
Yes.
You and I.
This is the dumbest idea, by
No,
the
it's
way.
the best.
Daddy daycare, you and I, we're gonna go talk to people.
Papa, let's go.
Yes.
Just use an AI of your own voice. Okay, so, oh man, I don't want to get into it too much, but that actually that hits on one of my like philosophical kind of opinions on all of this is that most AIs are not, while they're running, and while you're using them, they're not connected to any of the training data, right? So when you're using an art AI, it has no idea what any of the art pieces that you used to train it were. It has no idea. It's not connected to them anymore. It just learned how to do things. So if I used an AI of my own voice, it would still have had to have been trained on other voices in order to even know how to emulate a voice. And then I would just be training it to emulate my specific voice, which is essentially giving it the prompts. Like if you want to compare it to like ChatGPT or Midjourney, giving it my own voice is just equivalent to giving it a prompt with which to, do its thing with. So in my mind, equal moral dilemma. If we're, if there's a moral dilemma there, it's just as equivalent. So, as with the art stuff, I will not be using an AI of my own voice unless I can find some one that's like really really bad and has and was not trained generatively. Like if it's an algorithmic AI, then I could use that. Like if it was just like based on like a core algorithm of like how to construct human sounding voices, then maybe. But I don't think many of those exist for TTS. At least like not like public ones that you can train your voice on. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That was a reference to the movie Alien. I would never have gotten that in a second. I will be very interested in your deep dive AI ethics. Oh, I want to have it so bad, but I want to have it really respectfully and I don't have time to like actually prepare in a way that gives it the like attention it deserves, which really sucks. I really want to talk about it. I think it'll be the first installment of Tech Tuesday, and it will be representative of the fact that I can now do a Tech Tuesday, because right now I can't. Like, definitely cannot. Like, I just don't have the time for those things. So maybe in like May. We'll have to see. Fair. I was mainly joking. Fair enough. Yeah. No, I just thought it was an interesting point. I thought it was it's one of the things I've thought a lot about is like the disconnection of AI from the training data, and how that affects the ethics of it, and like how disconnected does it have to be. Anyways, that's all.
Keyleth, you and me.
All right.
Wait, what about?
No, the four of us are sticking together, I thought.
All right.
All right.
Not a
And
bad
Oh,
idea.
I totally forgot to start the timer. I should have. Shit. We're already starting off to a bad start with the timer.
Your donkey.
Trinket the
The
donkey.
donkey.
Oh yes.
All right.
Go to the alcove.
We're going to the alcove.
Okay.
Good. So,
We have a.
What was the name of the guy that Grog detongued and kicked out the window?
Kyrian.
Kyrian.
no.
That was
He was
Vox.
shot in the face by Percy.
Vox.
Buck.
This was Buck.
Fuck.
Got it.
Thanks.
So Vok is alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he told everybody what we looked like. We can't look like the same seeming that we
We
look
can
like.
only tell them what we look like if he's a very
Yeah,
clever
but you can
artist.
write it down.
He's really good at charades.
But they already know what we
He's
look
the
like.
tax man. He
Should have
probably
broken
knows
his
how to
fingers
write.
too.
Seeming.
I know.
Did we
This
not
guy
drop
dropped
something?
seeming though. We didn't.
Would I have been smart enough to seem us slightly differently?
Based on this conversation happening now, no. You have already transformed everybody into the original,
Except I gave myself a lazy
Said
eye.
maybe.
except you have lazy eye, which is different.
I don't know.
Oh, Daniel, that's so mean. It's so mean because no, we haven't. Son of a bitch. Get called out, me. Bidet, what up? But no, we are about 3 minutes in.
Makes a difference.
Shit.
I think there's
We'll
no
see.
new people in this town.
We'll see.
Right. So,
True. Even newer people might be more suspicious.
We don't give a fuck. We're walking around. We don't give a shit. Two people got lazy eyes. We got a donkey.
good.
No problem.
The tattoos
Recognize
look
us.
really-
I dare you.
I have crazy eyes.
Yeah, you do. Crazy old man eyes.
They're like.
Just like that.
Yeah.
But you guys are tunneling around looking for new digs, right?
No, we're walking
I
around.
thought you were talking about. That's up to them.
It's up to you. I thought. Who cares what I thought?
Indeed. So, you and Scanlan, can you
I
offer
cast Master Letter Trace on them before they leave. On all of us.
Okay.
Why do I always hear eyes without a
All
face?
right. There is a radius to it, I believe.
Oh, there
You have to
is.
stay within a certain area of view. There's
You
some other thing
should
you can
read
separate
about
them.
spells more.
I have my phone back, so I can just look it up right here.
You should read more.
I can do it. Yes, I would recommend looking up your spells.
Oh, within 30 feet of me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
What part of town is the cove?
The
All right, we're
alcove
fine.
would be
We're
on
not,
the
we're not trying to be stealthy anyway.
northwest side of it.
Alright.
She's not even here. You're with me.
Northwest.
Yeah, Rosh, come on. I swat him as hard
All
as
right,
I can in the back of the
Tenodia,
head.
let's go.
Naughty Jesus.
Tenodia was Watcher's father.
So come to you guys in a moment. The four of you head off towards the alcove. Heading out into the day, the cloud cover is pretty thick. There is just a general moisture and mist to the air.
What up, Valkyrie and Baronessa? Oh, wait, no, Baronessa's been here. She's just chastising me for the timer, as she should.
It probably could rain any second.
Shit.
You continue moving towards the northwestern side of the town. You do notice, in comparison to previous days, there is a little more energy to the streets. People seem to be moving back and forth with hustle and business. You do also see, as you head on your way out, there is still a slight bit of smoke slowly coming up from the house in the distance. Some minor embers were not put out by the rainfall. It's still a little bit of stray smoke.
Was it the north, the east, or the west manor that we...
That was the eastern.
Eastern manor.
Yeah, that one is partially burned now. So as you continue heading northwest, you eventually make your way to where you recall the alcove was. Now, when you get there, it's a relatively plain-looking building made of dark woods. There's a sign out front that says the alcove. It's old. The metal that holds it, the sign has rusted a bit. The doors are open, and as you push into the building, it's largely empty and seemingly unkept comparatively to previous oddity shops you've been to. Many books about enchantment look left out on one of the nearby tables, partially read and abandoned as they're being put through. And then as you look across the room behind the counter, there's a young girl in her late teens, a blonde waif of a girl who's currently thumbing through a book and notices you guys enter. Oh, hi. Can I help you?
Yes, we're looking to buy a few things, and we were wondering, actually, I used to do business with Simon. Is Simon around?
Simon was called away for a special project by the Briarwoods about 6 months ago. He told me to look over the store while he's gone, so I'm sorry, we're mostly out of stock. We don't have much here at the moment.
He was called away on a special project. What sort of special project?
I don't know, he lives in the castle now. I mean, he would visit every week or so, but he hasn't been back in almost a month. I'm a little worried.
He lives at the castle.
He lives at the castle. Oh.
Did he ever tell you about any details of this special assignment?
No, unfortunately. He was the real enchanter here. I'm just trying to do my best to learn what I can while he's gone.
Speak up, girl. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry. I'm Jordana Whisk. I'm Simon's daughter. Hello.
Simon's daughter.
Jordana Whisk?
No, did he?
Huh, this is a complication. So we know that the Briarwoods are trying to recreate Percy's guns, right? And we know that there's some shit beneath the castle. That was revealed to us at some point in the 20s. That there's like some like, I think by the cabbie, or the carriage driver. I think by the cabbie they revealed that there's some shit beneath the castle. Some like artifact type shit. And they're trying to recreate Percy's guns. Oh. I'm wondering. Okay, we have to have a name for Black Smoke other than Black Smoke. But I also don't want to call him the patron. And the devil sounds wrong. I'm going to call him Smokey. Smokey the patron. Okay. So we know that Smokey came to Percival a year after the fact. So he didn't come immediately. And we Smokey the Bandit, exactly. He's stealing those people's souls, am I right? So we know. Ooh. Update to my prediction. Update. Okay. So only you can prevent soul theft. Exactly. So Smokey came to Percy a year after the Briarwoods. He didn't come to him immediately. It's not like a typical like devil. Like most of the time when you hear about devil deals, they come to you when you are at your weakest, when you're at your most downtrodden. And, you know, that's when you're at your most desperate is when they'll offer the deal. But Smokey didn't do that. Like, Percival was a fisherman for a while, as far as we know. And we have no reason to believe that he was any more downtrodden after a year of fishing than he would have been right after the events of everything, right? But Smokey came later. So my theory is that Smokey is not like I already don't think he's like omnipotent. But my theory is that Smokey is not just like traveling around, like looking for some poor bedraggled fool to go and start killing fools. You know what I'm saying? And stealing souls, right? It's more personal than that. Because guns don't exist yet. If Smokey had just been going around handing out gun designs in return for souls, there are plenty of people who would have done that. The world would be awash with guns right now. You know what I'm saying? So, there's something specific about Percival. And the only other thing about him is that he's a Durolo. And the Durolos are related to Whitestone. And there's shit beneath Whitestone. There's some artifacts. So, my theory... have fun, John. Have a good time. Yeah, no worries. Have a good one. But my theory is that Smokey came because the Briarwoods know about Smokey. That's my theory. Is that Smokey was like imprisoned by the Durolos. Very Paper Mario 1000-Year Door vibe. So Smokey was imprisoned by the Briarwoods long, long ago. and the Briarwoods found out about it. Maybe the story that the Briarwoods told about like meeting the Derolos, that might have even been true. And so maybe the Briarwoods did know the Derolos. And maybe they were like actually chilling with the Derolos for a while, maybe in secret, until the Derolos told the Briarwoods about Smokey in the basement. And then the Derolos tell the Briarwoods are like, oh, big evil power source in your basement? Sounds like something we can use. Especially because we're both immortal vampires, and this is a darkness smoke monster. So, like, maybe Smokey can power them up somehow in a way that he can't power up a normal person. Right? The corruption. Maybe the corruption. So that's why, as Percival gets more and more corrupted, Smokey is taking more and more of a hold. And so Smokey can, like, power up corrupted people, like the Briarwoods. But the Derolos weren't corrupted, so Smokey was just a bad thing. Or maybe the Derolos, maybe it's like an ancient legacy sort of deal. I don't know. But so the Briarwoods are like, oh my goodness, a smoke monster in the basement? We can become level 2 vampires. Let's fucking get it, dude. And so the Briarwoods come in, murder everyone that knows about Smokey. Murder all the Derolos. Or so they think. And so the Smokey has this personal connection to the Derolos. And so Smokey, at first, maybe he either can't get out of the basement, or he like can't project his mind out of the basement, or maybe he has to build up power, or maybe after a year the Briarwoods like break the first seal, right? Like maybe there's like 5 seals holding in Smokey, and they broke the first seal, which allowed Smokey's mind to get out. But when his mind got out, he heard the Briarwoods talking over. He overheard them talking, and at first he's like, hell yeah, I'm gonna get out of the basement. And then he realizes, uh-oh, this vampire lady kinda knows her magic. And then realizes, uh-oh, they're going to enslave me to power themselves up, or absorb me, or whatever, to power themselves up. So now Smokey's like, oh, fuck, not Pog. I need to go find a person. But he can only bond to a Derolo. And so he goes and he finds Fisherman Percy, which I wonder if there's any fan art of. There has to be. So he goes to find Fisherman Percy, and he gives Percy the gun, and that's why it takes their souls. Because the soul taking is 2-part. It is, number 1, going to funnel power back to Smokey so that Smokey can break open the last seal or whatever. And it makes it to where you can full on kill them. So, like, once Percival kills them with the gun, they take their souls, they can't be resurrected. So Smokey is permanently eliminating the threat to himself by sending Percival after the people on the list. And maybe he throws a few extra names on there for Percival's sake. I think the only ones that Smokey really cares about are the Briarwoods. And he's just like, which are the other ones you hate, Percy? Yeah, sure, throw the other names on there. Why not? And so then, when Smokey gets out, that's when he's gonna fully, take over Percy as, like, his avatar. And he's free. Just like the 1,000-Year Door with Princess Peach. So, my theory is that Percival Derolo III is Princess Peach confirmed for real. And so that will be like the crazy last scene is we're going to go into a dungeon dive once we get into the castle. And they are, going to go through the whole thing, and they're going to go through all the seals, and the Briarwoods are going to try and convince Percy. And that's going to be a big, like fucking dilemma situation. Maybe Percy will even have to make some charisma saving throws because of how corrupted he is at this point. Maybe even he doesn't even want to kill them at the end. They convince him that Smokey's evil and that they're going to eat Smokey. And then, the insight check. I think there's going to be a massive insight check where Percy finds out that they are going to eat Smokey, but that it will power them up and that they are keeping that for him. And then Percy pulls the fucking trigger. That's my theory. And all of this is because I understand why they would be trying to replicate the design. It could even have something to do with breaking open one of the seals. Like, you know how in Skyrim you have to have the claw? You have to have like the golden claw to like break open the door? Maybe you have to have a gun to like get open one of the seals. That could be kind of cool. So not only is the gun an incredibly powerful weapon, but the gun is literally the key to his prison. He didn't just give Percy a weapon with which to exact revenge and power up Smokey. He gives Percy the design to build the key to his prison cell. It puts new meaning to, like, lock them up and throw away the key, right? If the prisoner still knows how to build the key. Oh, that's fun. I don't know if any of this is right, but it's fun. I can't believe Smokey is giving Percy the smoke. He just needs a compassionate and structured home. No wonder he got weird after the Briarwoods kept him in a tiny crate. Yeah, this is literally all Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door vibes. It's also the cursed treasure chest guy. They get along well until the Fire Nation attacked. I keep seeing the conspiracy themes. Obviously, the Briarwoods and Smokey are working for Lady Kima. Lady Kima, she's not even in on this. Dude, what if Lady Kima shows up at the end? Like, after they've already defeated and, like, banished Smokey to the Shadow Realm or whatever, the Lady Kima shows up, is like, what are you guys doing? And they're like, you're late, Kima. And she's like, oh, no, like, call me earlier next time. Because she wants in. I'm just saying. Better than my theory that Smokey is a black powder merchant trying to increase demand for his product. Victor is the real villain at the bottom of all of this. I'm reacting with gifs in the Discord. Smoke monsters are for life, not just for redacted, because I can't remember if we've heard the holiday name. Make a breathe. Have you ever considered a career in filibustering? Dude, if I had a less strong moral compass, like if I just like cared about people and morality less, I would have either been a cult leader or a politician. 100%, I would have. But, you know, we've always said I could talk. Smokey's trapped in the closet. Smokey's R. Kelly. Oh, God. It all makes sense. The gun. Unprecedented detective skills. The classic American fantasy. No wonder why it takes 7 hours to watch an episode. Daisy, I'm pretty sure that's your first comment. And it's too accurate. This is why. You're right. Transformative. Have we ever seen Smokey and Lady Kima in the same room? That's so true and so based. Smokey's actually just an embodiment of the other Horn of Orcus. 14-minute tangent, and we will call it there. That's my theory for how this arc ends. It's basically Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door.
I like the Briarwoods.
She kind of gives you a look and looks about the room for a moment.
Timer goes nuts.
The Briarwoods have been very fair and just rulers of this.
I'm trying to look straight at her, but I'm really looking like that direction and over there.
She's gathered as much and is seemingly off-put by the whole presentation. the Briarwoods are just and fair, and we should not speak ill of them in public.
Oh, in public.
Can somebody say if there's something on the machines?
Yeah, can I do like a perception check around the room and see if there's any indications that like the Briarwoods might have like
Monitoring?
Yeah, like a bug. Like
Oh.
like some sort of.
And this is a good example, like a good small example of like why not to like say a type of check, because even as a DM, I understand why Matt's more confused by this, even though like it's a little bit of a confusing question, but I don't think it's as confusing as like Matt seems to be confused by it. But I think it is partially because she said perception at the beginning of it, like. Because in my mind, perception is physical stuff, mostly. I guess it could be used to, like, identify arcane disturbances that you can, like, see with, like, the naked eye, I suppose, or the naked ear. But it puts me in the wrong mindset as a DM of, like, I had more trouble understanding what she was asking because she asked about a perception check. Because if she just says... Are there any, like, you know, bugs in the room that would, like, let the Briarwoods watch? I'd probably give her maybe Arcana. I might even still do Perception. But it would put me in more the right mindset of, like, okay, she's looking for, like, any sort of monitoring device, like an Arcane Eye or, you know, whatever. Whereas by starting in Perception, my mind as a DM automatically goes physical, which is not probably in the Briarwood skill set, which then kind of throws Matt off his beat and it, you know, just leads to more confusion. So it's a small example of why it's probably better to not start with like naming the skill check. Just describe what you're trying to do and then the DM will get there. I think he's stuck on the term bug like technology, which I think is partially because she started with perception. Like, I agree. Because, like, bug is a, you know, a kind of a colloquial term at this point of, like, yeah, it mostly means, like, you know, like a wiretap or something. But if I was just listening to that without the check already in my brain, I would be more likely to make, like, the analogy leap rather than thinking about it more literally, I think. Because I was also confused, and then I understood what she meant. And I think that was why I was confused. Now, I can't say the same for Matt, but investigation more likely than percent. Oh yeah, investigation's great. Yeah, you're totally right. A million% right. This is actually a classic investigation check. I can't believe I said anything else. This is maybe one of the best examples of what an investigation check would be. Yeah.
Where they might be monitoring this place.
A small electronic device used for
That kind of
Make a
In a
perception
bouquet
check.
of flowers hidden in it.
Not bad. 26.
Looking around the room,
I will say, as a slight caveat, I think, again, in like colloquial understanding, investigation is more meant to be like an active or extended search, and she just mentioned like looking around the room. I would still call it investigation, but I can see why a DM might not have gone that direction, because perception is generally considered more of like a snapshot of like your senses, whereas investigation, I think we typically think about it as like being like rummaging through shit and whatever, which Marisha clearly doesn't want to do. But that being said, I would still call it investigation.
there doesn't appear to be any specific devices installed, whether magical or otherwise, that would pertain to immediate
No blueprint.
sign of.
Got it.
Yeah, no blueprint.
I didn't go.
She leans in a little bit, goes, hold on, and she kind of runs off behind the counter, heads back and closes the doors behind where you guys entered, heads back and gets behind the counter. I'm sorry, I don't recognize any of you, and you're bringing up rather dangerous statements.
Oh.
So, what can I help you with?
I'm
You don't have much, and she reaches down and pulls out a couple of small glass vials.
That's fair, Daniel. I think that is a fair interpretation of like what she's doing in the head. And that is one of the interesting things about, and that is, okay, so as a counterpoint to everything that I was just saying, uh-oh, it's Blades in the Dark time. In Blades in the Dark, player characters they are specifically choosing which ability they use, and the DM sets the equivalent of the DC based on the ability that is being chosen. So if Marisha says, I'm going to do this with perception as opposed to investigation, those imply different things, like different actions that she is taking. But one might have, and BitD, I think, can pull this off a little bit better because it doesn't use a singular value of CR. It uses two values of basically how controlled versus how risky an action is, but also if they succeeded, how good the effect would be versus how, like, limited the effect would be, like how effective it would be. So in this example, I think that investigation would generally be more effective at finding a bug, but probably riskier. So, like, if I'm a bit DGM, right, and she says I want to use, there is no perception in BitD, but let's say there is. Let's say there's perception investigation. And she says I want to use investigation. That is implying to me that she is walking around the room, and I'm going to put that at like a risky, because like that, you know, that's not like necessarily like a huge attention drawer. Risky is the middle value, by the way. It's like right dead middle. So I'm putting that like middle risk, but also probably middle reward. Whereas if she was using perception and just like, you know, kind of casually glancing around as opposed to like pacing the room and looking around, I might put it as more controlled, which is less risky, but I'd also put it at limited effect since she's not getting as good of a view of everything. So that is one of the things that I think is pretty strong about BitD's system, is that it allows for a more accurate description of what's happening in the fiction, and it allows the DM or the GM to adapt to that in multiple different ways. But the D&D system, number one, is simpler. It's simpler for players to interact with, and it's simpler for DMs to interact with. And two, it allows the DM to construct situations and results that more play to like the fictional recreations of what the PCs are talking about. So there, you know, positives and negatives on both sides. An Arcana check could also work, but detect magic would be a better option. Sure, yeah. Players will tend to ask for skills if they are skilled at, yeah, which is, yeah. And that is one of the things that I keep in mind as a DM, is sometimes I will literally say to a player, I will say, use perception or investigation, whichever one's higher. Like, I want to reward the things that they're good at, the things that they've invested in. And if in my head, the difference between the two is negligible, I think that's fun for players to get to choose, you know, which one it is and play into that fiction. But I'll only do that if I would set, you know, the same DC and I'm good with both of the options that are being used. Counter being oh, fuck, I forgot to set the counter. Shit. I got out of the habit in like 2 or 3 streams. I need to get back into the habit of pressing the timer. Ain't no way I'm joining on yet another BitD. You are indeed. Dude, it's, you know, I talk about BitD a lot because when I'm talking about Dungeons and Dragons, it's useful to have a comparison. That's why I want to play and learn more systems. Like, I really want to learn Cyberpunk, Call of Cthulhu. I know City of Mist, but City of Mist is almost so different that I would have to describe the whole system anytime I drew a comparison to it. Like, Blades in the Dark is very different, but it is close enough to where you don't have to have a lot of context for me to talk about individual mechanics, you know? So that's why, yeah, I want to try out Cyberpunk, I want to try out Starfinder. I'd be kind of interested in the Star Wars game, although I think I'd probably rather learn Starfinder. But yeah, I think it's really, really cool, especially as a DM, or as just someone who, like, you know, thinks about these games a lot, analyzes them like I do. Having a wider breadth of knowledge allows you to really hone in on what you like and don't like, which is really cool. how would you differentiate investigation versus perception as a DM? Typically, perception is entirely, in my brain at least, is entirely linked to the senses. It is entirely linked to like instinct, because, and it sort of goes back to, and let me before I make a complete and utter not sign up, sign in, go to D&D Beyond. Where I make a complete and utter fool of myself, I'm going to confirm. But I believe that investigation is in intelligence. Yeah, investigation is intelligence, and perception is wisdom. And I kind of take that to heart in kind of the core difference between the two. Perception is what can you see and observe with all of your core senses. Just, again, in kind of like a snapshot of the world. Investigation, I consider there to be more strategy involved. So, searching for hidden compartments in a way of like, like knowing like how to like run. There's like, let's give a critical role example. If we're talking about, two different characters that, and we're talking about perception versus investigation. Let's say that, it's like, hey, what is that thing off in the distance? I think it's pretty clear that Grog or Percy or Vax are all going to be relatively skilled at that. And maybe probably more than Keyleth, who is a little bit more airy-fairy. And that, to me, again, that's based on wisdom. But if you ask Grog, Percy, or Vax to find a hidden compartment in a desk, Grog's going to smash it with a hammer. He's not, he's not going to be good at the investigation part of that. And so I lean into the ability that they're based on a lot when thinking about the difference. So intelligence is a lot of the time searching for something in kind of like an organized manner. So even like I would consider investigation to be looking at a Where's Waldo painting, trying to find Waldo, versus looking at a forest and trying to find a bird within that forest. It's kind of weird, and it can be a very vague line on what the two are. But if you just say, I think that Grog could find just a bird, but finding Waldo would be a lot harder. Because Waldo is like meant to be hidden. Whereas the bird just, you just need to find the thing that stands out. And I fucking forgot the timer again. Shit. Or am I still in the timer? I might still just be in the timer. Anyways. So yeah, that is, in my brain, I really lean into like the intelligence versus wisdom aspect of the difference when thinking about it. Humble Bundle has Call of Cthulhu for like $25 worth of 400 of material. Damn. I don't have the time right now, and I don't have interest in DMing cock. But oh hi bird. I found a bird. You found a bird? Hello. Look at her giant paw. It doesn't even really come off how big it is in the photo. Hi, birdie. Hello. Oh. But, yeah, so I don't have a lot of interest in GMing cock, but I do have a lot of interest in playing, and one of my players has interest in DMing it, so I figure eventually I'll do it there. The next thing I want to learn is either Worlds Without Number or Cyberpunk. Those are the next two that, like, I'll buy and like learn the system on. Perception relies on senses. Yeah. Makes sense a character would lean on the skill they're better at. Yeah, 1000%. Perception versus investigation. A keen eye versus a discerning eye. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like the keen versus discerning is a good way to put it, because like a keen eye will just spot something that like a generalized thing amongst maybe a busy or otherwise hard to see landscape, whereas a discerning eye the landscape is clear. Like, everything is right there. It's not hard to see anything, but knowing what you're looking at is, like, part of investigation. I think one is used 1 to 6 seconds. The other takes 5 to 10 minutes. That's a way to think about it. I don't think that that's necessary, but I do think that probably the majority of the time it'll end up being that way, at least in the narrative. Perception. OMG, a door. We're all dead. Investigation. Thank God. It's just a mimic. It's not a TPK. Yeah. Lol. Wolverine from X-Men is a good example of a cracked perception, but no high investigation. DMing what? Say that again for the clip, sir. Oh, I'll say cock all the time. Unfortunate acronym. Biting my tongue so hard on the obvious Laura Bailey jokes mostly prevent further tangents. Lol. We're an hour into stream, 11-minute timer. All right. I'm going.
Simple healing potions. You can already see you've worked with these type of things before.
We're actually looking for something a bit more complicated and a little more dangerous.
She pulls up a small metal rod. One of these?
To be fair, it is always, the ratio is always front-loaded. Like, earlier in the stream, it's always, like, it's more of a thing. Because I have, like, housekeeping and takeaways and all that at the front of the stream.
I don't know
But
what
I
that
did
is,
go on that
but,
long tangent.
Let me show you, and I'm going to walk over to the wall, find a dusty wall, and I'm going to trace the symbol on the wall.
She gives a look and says, "It's dangerous to draw that around here, sir."
I'm going to wipe it away.
She gets a little more comfortable as soon as you do. What are you doing here?
We're hoping that we could purchase a brief amount of sanctuary.
Here? Why?
We need to keep moving so that they don't catch us.
The Brywoods are after you.
Yeah, well, why would you lead with that?
I can have you here to bring them right to me.
Dear.
I mean, yeah.
The Briarwoods aren't after us, they're after everybody. What we need is a place to stay that we know is protected.
Make a persuasion roll.
Nah, right, because that's a good idea, Ryan. But that will restrict my creativity. You know? It's like, I love the tangents, no matter how close they come together. And a timer on the timer for the timer. And I think that the count-up timer is really good for me because it gives me better clarity on how long I've been talking and like how worthwhile something is. But if I get a good idea the moment after I had another banger idea, you know, I want to say both of them. You dog, I heard you like timers.
80, 16.
80, 60?
80, 60.
Yes, big number. It's a very large day.
Dude, I have considered a chess timer. I have, but it's hard to set up on stream. I might look into some stuff.
Can I try and pour on top of it, or is there...
I'd say no, not at this point. You're the one that originally spurned her worry. So she's gonna give. Look, if I'm going to let you stay here, I need to know more about what it is that you're trying to accomplish here. Raising the symbol of the Derolos? I've never seen any of you in the city before in my life.
Do you miss the Gerolos, dear?
Anything's better than this misery.
Well, we may know a couple Gerolos. We may know some. No big deal.
It's true.
She kind of shakes her head. Foolish minds. The Derolos have been dead for 5 years.
Not all of them.
Really?
I can't drop the seeming.
No, you're stuck.
Just drop that fat name of yours, buddy.
It's true.
Grog
Only
says.
one person would know the entire name. Percival Gerolo.
Do you know the full name of Percival Derolo?
I was wondering if you were about to do it.
No, I'm
Can
asking.
you do it?
Yeah, it's Musseldorf Musketeers.
Percival Sanchez Vicario.
I'm
I'll
so
do it.
okay.
Percival
the Nina,
von,
the Pinta,
von
the Santa
Mussel,
Maria.
Percival von Mussel,
Granola.
von Liechtenstein,
Kevin
Derolo III.
Kevin
Bravo,
Dorff,
Luca.
Wesley Snipes.
I love you all so much.
Magneto Derolo III.
Derolo III.
Quite safe to
This moment of tension with Jordana
Up, up,
awkwardly
down,
staring
down.
at these all very intently looking dirty peasants
As we're just
with a
saying
donkey,
names.
just talking about names.
Simon Whisk was a good friend to Percival Frederick Stein Kowalski von Musk Derolo III.
That's it.
Percival Frederick Stein von Musk Kowalski Derolo III.
Percival Fredericks von Stein.
You can call him Percy.
Percival lives.
Oh,
And
you
he was
can
coming.
call him Percy. Where is it? Boom. There we go. Since I added this bingo square, we have never ticked it. And we would have ticked it like every stream throughout the first like 15 episodes. It's crazy. Anyways. What the hell? Is this supposed to be happening? Where's the time codes? We must reference the time codes. I think it's supposed to be happening. Or not, well, not supposed to be, but it's not me. Yeah, okay, video freezes. Cool. They weren't as bad.
And one you're not sure the nature of this is. Take these. And she pushes them ahead to you.
That's how many?
Not much. 2 regular healing potions, 1 greater healing potion. She explains the metal thing. She goes,
I put them in my chest.
It just picks it up and kind of like clicks part of the metal cusp of it, and it kind of stays in the air on its own.
Oh my god, it's another rod of holding.
Or
Rod?
movable rod, but yes.
Removable rod, that one. No, I was combining bag of holding and the immovable rod. Combining them.
You know, Rod of Holding is not the craziest name for the immovable rod. You know, like it holds itself in place. That's not the craziest. And that, dude, I love coming up with like alternate names for things, just for like fun. Another removable rod, yeah, exactly.
It's a movable.
It's a rod you can press a
Anyways, that's all.
button on and
Two
it doesn't.
greater
Oh,
healing
it
and
stays.
then another
1
random.
greater healing, 2
It's
regular.
like a ladder rung that you can put wherever you want and hang on
Did
it.
we
And
ever
then one
have
random
one
one
of
that I
those?
don't know what
Yeah,
it
we
is.
did.
What happened to it?
I don't. Tiberius put it somewhere and
Put
it never came
put it on the
out.
magic carpet?
He might have.
Okay.
Tiberius had one and we didn't use it much.
He's a mysterious motherfucker.
All right, so she pushes it all. The pretty guy goes, I have practically no one. I can't be of much help. I'm not a fighter.
I'll
And
take the rod.
All right.
I will make sure that you are compensated when this is over. Can we sleep here for the night?
Follow me. And she leads you to the back. And there's this very, very small room that looks like it used to be her father's room. It's kind of dusty. Most of it's been untouched except for the bed. And she kind of walks into this. This is all I have to offer. It's not much, but it's available.
Is it safe at night?
As safe as anything is here. Just
What is
don't go
this?
outside.
What does the ceiling look like?
It's about, let's say, 9 feet up. Rafters, maybe about 2 feet of rafters.
That's what
Very
we-
simple, very plain.
That's where we need to be tonight.
Oh, good call.
When we were in the branches.
Can I insight check her and see if she seems to be truthful?
Sure, go for it.
I never know which one. It's too much pressure to choose.
Yep.
That was the wrong one. I chose
wrong one.
poorly. 13.
Okay. It's hard to tell. She's young and she seems definitely earnest and plain with her, forthrightness. There doesn't appear to be any sort of deception.
We are allies. With us comes change. Keep our secret. And all the better it will be for it.
It's kept, but I recommend talking to Keeper Yenin if you haven't. He's one of the social centerpieces of the remaining good folk in the city.
We have spoken to him. We will speak to him again today.
He's evil. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you joking me, fella? Dude, I honestly wasn't sure about Keeper Yenin, but oh my god, the social centerpiece of the good folk in the city. If I have never seen a fucking hook for a plant in my life, what a fucking narc Keeper Yenin must be. That's crazy. I will not trust Keeper Yenin. Look, dude. And it's not because they're religious. I swear to God, this is coincidence. I was like, it is because religious people are, they are like big centerpieces of the community, regardless of like what force, they're working towards. So they're always persons of interest for political entities. So I always, give them the first and the second eye. But her, this is just a writing thing, right? Of like the moment that in this sort of situation, in this sort of like, oh, like we're fucking fugitives of the state, and it's like, go and talk to this dude. He's one of the good ones. Immediately one of the bad ones. I would step 2 feet in front of Keeper Yenin if I had to tell you what.
Social centerpieces of the remaining good folk in the city.
We have spoken to him. We will speak to him again today.
His reach is far. He'll be the one to talk to. Well, don't stay here long. That will draw attention.
Also,
Yeah, I'm sure his reach is far. Crazy that they allowed his reach to get so far, huh?
we're gonna have 2 more staying with us, if that's okay.
One's a child, though. You won't even notice
Her
him.
shoulders slump a little bit. She's like, all right, I'll prepare as best I can. She starts reaching over and starts pulling these thin blankets out from a nearby cabinet and kind of, well, go.
Good day, good day. Everyone, let's meet over at the ladies' chamber once you're finished with your business.
All right, now you guys.
Hear that?
Yeah. I'm dragging you along by the scruff of the ear.
Pa, please.
Shut up.
I'm tired.
I'm gonna look for just anybody walking by. Is there anyone nearby?
After about a minute or so walking, you do see what looks to be a young man carrying a satchel over his shoulder. It looks like it's filled with a few small pieces of parchment that are rolled.
Oh, Daniel, I legitimately think this is. I don't even think this is like an unpopular opinion. I think it's more just like an opinion that, I mean, it is unpopular, but not because I think people would disagree with it. I think most people just don't think about it. I think all of the all of the magic items in 5e are too, like, real. Like, they're all, like, useful. And even the common magic items, which I think were an amazing set of content in, I think Xanathar's, right? I think the common magic items were awesome. But in general, I really wish there were more silly, stupid magic items. My favorite magic item of all time is a magic item from Dragon Magazine, I believe for AD&D, called the Wand of Caterpillar Control, that allowed you to target 4 to 10 garden caterpillars and control their movements. Doesn't give them any special abilities. That's it. And also, it was clarified later that if there are less than 4, you can't target them. So you can't control 3. You have to control 4 to 10. God, I love it. It's so good. I love little, like silly little magic items like that like have really no benefit to anything, but are just like fun. Like, I was like, that's the perfect magic item for, like, an important NPC. Like a hag or a witch or, I don't know, an herbalist if we don't want to go fae. To, like, be, like, messing around with. And then you get this, like, fun little scene of, like, the caterpillars, like, carrying, like, you know, little berries into her basket or whatever. Like, it's just fun. It's descriptive. And it can bring magic more out of being a tool and more into being in, like, the fabric of the world, which I think is really cool. Also, the invisibility cloak is sick. We need to bring back the cursed items, like the girdle of femininity, masculinity. Oh my god, the apparatus of spiky owns. If you don't know the apparatus of spiky owns, look it up. It's maybe the worst cursed magic item I've seen. But it's so much fun. Wand of Smiles, hell yeah. Flawed wand of cold called the Wand of Cod that shoots cod. Just generates fish, but they're all non-edible. So it's not even like, they're like fake fish. They're plastic fish or something. Oh, that's great. I love it.
Yeah, he's
I would also love it. I don't know that it works with the way that the weave actually like operates, but I would love that for like the flying carpet. Like if the like when it gets damaged, right? It like fucks with the name. So it's like it used to be right like a flawed Wand of Cold. So it was a Wand of Cold, and then it became a Wand of Cod, and the magical effect changes. So instead of the flying carpet just completely disenchanting, maybe it becomes like the flying car, and it like shrinks down into like a fabric like vehicle. and it'll fly around, but it doesn't do anything. It just follows them around. That'd be so much fun.
Just walk somewhere.
I walk right up to him and I awkwardly put like a hand on his chest, and I make sure that I flip my pencil and spit as I talk and say, I need a hard drink. I need a hard drink right now. Where?
If you're looking for a drink, and he kind of points over down the road, and he's like really put off by it, and is like trying to keep his face out of your breath. You're gonna look for the Journey's End. 2 blocks down that way to the right. It's not much business during the day.
Just spit at his feet and I pull Scanlan by the ear. Come on, you shit!
Call Child Protective Services.
As you walk away, you hear him mutter under his breath, what's this world coming to? And he continues on his brusque pace.
Okay, so I'm following his directions and going there. Journey's End, yeah.
You're down to the Journey's End Tavern. It's pretty barren. You walk inside. There are 2 employees. One who's behind the bar and is currently just reading through a book. The second is currently pouring a drink for the one patron that's in there. It looks to be kind of slovenly-looking gentleman who's sitting at a table drinking his woes away as he's currently going through what looks like a ledger of some kind. And there is a tavern employee with an apron on who he's this kind of younger redheaded boy who's trying to fill a flagon, and all this gentleman at the table is kind of cursing at him to the side. Other than that, it's empty.
Empty. So how many in here?
3.
3.
Wow.
All right, I pull Jimmy John after me and sit down next to one of them.
My name is Tad.
Shut up. Mother's gonna kill us both.
Yeah.
And I, 2 here, and one of him.
Okay, I'll be right back. And he walks off, and a little confused.
I'll have one of what he's having as well.
That's cute. Whatever it is. He's walking off.
I swat him in the back of the head for the bartender to see.
The patron now, a closer look. Man in his late 40s, has kind of a protruded jawline, kind of a little bit of an underbite, thinning brown hair, and he just has got some smears of dirt in his face, looks like he's been crying, and is just kind of slumped over the table, looking over this ledger. He slams it shut as you sit down. The very, very loud poof glances sidelong towards you and says, "What the fuck are you doing coming and bothering a man in the middle of his meal?"
Can't fucking earn a living in this land. Come out from a mile out of town. Been trying to grow fucking carrots for these fucking people. Can't earn a living!
Tell him, ain't no living to be had in Watchstone these days. It's nothing but misery.
Something's got to change here. I can't live. I can't give him what they want. I can't feed him.
It's
What are we
true.
fucking supposed to do here?
I haven't eaten in 3 days.
That's the worst fucking part. Is you know that there's always an easy exit.
What?
Well, you think the folks have taken their life at this point. You think that's the end, but no, not in this town. No, I just get right back up the next day.
Oh god,
There
it's
is no
Walking
way
Dead
out.
town.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Talking about the whole business, there is no escape of this misery. Either you try and stay alive and exist in this bullshit, or you die and become one of them. I've been trying to find a way out of the city for months now. But they're always watching.
I take a huge drink of the mug in front of me. Someone should run these fuckers out of town.
That ain't gonna happen, mate. Sorry.
I have a friend named Kevin. He says there.
I got a friend named Kevin. Dude, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like the clues and like which ones I deliver at which time. I normally try to hide a clue behind a skill check, just give them a clue straight out, but then also hide a clue just behind a specific action. So like this bartender, right? This is Vax and this bartender talking. Anyone could have told the party this, right? Like this, I doubt, or at least if I was doing it, this is what would be one of my, what I would call a floating clue, which is, which I've talked about the last couple of episodes, where like, this is just a piece of information. The fact that people are raised from the dead after they die to continue working, right? That is a clue that you could give them about the situation, and it can come from a whole bunch of people. So you just keep it floating up there. Don't tie it to like, oh, only the bartender's going to tell them this. And you just keep it floating until they ask the right question or they phrase it the right way that it feels right as the DM to reveal it. Which is exactly what it was here. Of like, and you know there's only one. Like, it just flowed so naturally in the conversation. And if you have a bunch of floating clues, so like this, like you have a bunch of floating clues just waiting for the PCs to do the right thing, the PCs won't disappoint you. Especially if you are doing this a lot and you're encouraging this sort of like exploratory narration and behavior, they will just like play their characters and like try to discuss things with people. And you have your whole, you know, kind of cloud of clues. And you can, once they say like just the right thing, you can just go, oh, that one, boop, and like grab it out of the cloud. And suddenly, like, everyone's engaged. And it makes the player that asked the question feel so sick. It makes them feel like, you know, they fucking cracked the code and they're like a social savant because they didn't even need to make a persuasion check. They just said the thing and they got the information. It's really fun and really cool. This part had me laughing so hard when I first watched it. The voice Sam does still kills me. His little boy voice.
There is someone trying to do something about it. He says that's what caused that fire yesterday over at that big fancy house. He says there's rebels afoot.
I take the mug that I have and I pour the rest of it out on this little one's head.
Oh,
I say, you speak when you're spoken to.
No, it's okay. Let the boys
Men
speak.
are talking.
I'm sorry,
Let
Papa,
your
don't
boys
hit me.
speak. What were you saying?
I'm just saying what I overheard. My friend Kevin, he's truthful. When he lies, his papa beats him, so I believe him. He said that someone really strong took out someone who was at that big fancy house that was all aflame the other day. He said that there's lots of them and that they're going to free us all from this hell we live in.
Dude, if this, just the way he's talking and like the content of it reminds me of Wayne. The Wayne prologue. And if you know, you know. in Wax and Wayne.
Make. Oh man, that's a layered check. Make a persuasion and a deception roll back to back.
Kids
Oh my god, this is terrible.
Wait, 2 rolls?
Yes.
It was that good.
Persuasion and deception.
Correct, in that order.
You say.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, persuasion, 39.
So I will say, typically, I'm not a fan of a series of checks like this. But that has a giant ass load of asterisks behind that statement. I like how Matt responds to the fake child abuse. Yeah. No, let him speak. But layered checks, you have to kind of think about the mechanical implications of it, and like what you are requiring on the back end, right? Because so you have to think about, and I've talked about this with Matt's games in general, is that Matt asks for a lot more rolls than I do, which is not a bad thing. It's a certain type of game, like higher roll or lower roll. I am generally a lower roll DM. I try to cut out rolling where I can. And in a higher roll game, you will tend more towards the average, which is not bad. But like the more times that dice hit the table, the more you are going to even out to that 10.5. So it is generally going to be better for easier checks and worse for harder checks. Right? This is just like the statistical workout of it. Yeah, math rocks. Go clickety clack. And in this case, calling for, like, it depends on what Matt's success metric is. Like, if he needs to succeed on both of these, he is essentially giving Scanlan disadvantage on this. Right? He's having him roll twice, and then it's just, whatever the average modifier of his perception and deception is, or his persuasion and deception is, just find the middle point between those. And he's essentially giving him disadvantage with that modifier. Now, that is okay to do. I want to be very clear about that. That's fine if that's what you're meaning to do. Now, if this is a situation where each of them, like the persuasion and the deception, are going to do like 2 separate things, and like, so basically there's like 4 end states here. There's like the end state where both of them fail, the end state where persuasion fails but deception succeeds, deception fails but persuasion succeeds, or both of them succeed, right? You can have like a little truth table of it. That's okay, but we're getting into complicated territory on DMing. And it's not something I would recommend getting into for beginners. There's kind of like levels of this, right? Of like the straight D20 roll, then like gradient, like degrees of success or degrees of failure, where you set multiple different DCs. And then there are combined checks, where the result of the check is dependent upon the unique permutation of the 2 dice rolls. That's a complicated thing to do. And even if it's, I don't want to say it's not raw, but it is at least not like explicitly defined and encouraged within Raw. So it's a very advanced technique that I don't even use all that often because I don't really think that it provides that much value over just deciding which of the things is more applicable or letting him do either. Be like, hey, persuasion or deception, whichever you want, and like I'll keep it in mind for the narration. Or whichever one's higher and the success or failure is the same. So it's all of these kind of systems, these ways of rolling are progressively more difficult. Straight degrees of success, and then this like matrix rolling. And theoretically, they can make the game feel deeper, and they can make the rolls and the results feel more like granular and interesting. But they also provide a lot more complication for the DM and a lot more opportunities for like pitfalls into like accidentally doing it bad or wrong. So risky strategy, not bad by any means, but definitely there's some risk reward there. And for me, the reward is not high enough to justify the risk most of the time at my table. So in this case, I think he also realizes Scanlan has massive modifiers on his social stats, so he's probably going to succeed no matter what, unless he gets a nat 1 if he's using critical fails. I mean, so let's imagine, they're level 11s. He's got a +5 to charisma. Level 11s have +4 to their proficiency, so he's got +9s. Let's say he's got +9s. At disadvantage, again, let's imagine that this other one is what I talked about, where it's like he has to succeed on both, or if he fails on either, the whole thing fails. Then we're talking about disadvantage, and Matt does play with critical fails on skill checks, so that is a little bit worse than a -4.5. Like the heuristic is disadvantage and advantage are about ±4.5. So we're talking about lowering his modifier to around +5 if the CR is anything over 15. If the CR is a 17 and 18, Scanlan's probably failing that. And it's even more likely that he's failing it because of the increased amount of dice. So it's one of those things you just have to be aware of as a DM. Like, this is all within your purview and your control of, like, what is the CR? How am I looking at these checks? Are they essentially disadvantage? Or are they this sort of matrix table thing? Like, that's all within your purview. But again, there's just a lot of, there's risk reward to it. There's also the failing forward and allowing more rolls to get out of certain situations or success with a cost. Failing forward sort of doesn't... I understand what you're saying, but that's just like a general... That sort of doesn't matter if you're at a high roll or a low roll table, right? That is just like a general concept of like, how do you handle failure? And the only way that I will say, as we talked about last time with failing forward, the more often you have to do it, like failing forward is harder than failing, than just like having them fail as a DM, right? Failing forward requires more creativity and creative energy from the DM than just saying, hey, whatever you wanted to do, you no longer do it. So failing forward is generally more difficult to do consistently the more often you're trying to do it. So in this case, the more dice you are rolling, just on average across the campaign, the harder it will be to consistently and interestingly fail them forward. That's not to say that, like, again, that's not to say you shouldn't do that. The benefits can outweigh the cost, right? That is a cost, that it is harder to consistently fail them forward. But if you find value in that, which there is a ton of value in having a very high rolling game, then that's fine. Like that's all good. Different strokes for different folks. I don't personally find the risk reward to be worth it, or like the value proposition to be worth it. But that is super acceptable for any table. Like how Indiana Jones loses his gun when escaping the trapped tomb with the idol. He does not fall to the chasm, but loses his weapon. Right. So that's the thing, is it's like if you're trying to jump across a chasm, the easiest solution for a DM, if you fail that check, the easiest way to say you failed is to say you didn't get across the chasm. So you fall in. Anything beyond that is more creative effort for the DM. And consistently, depending on how high prep you are, depending on fucking how you're feeling that day, you may or may not do that more or less well. And the more often you have to come up with those things, it's sort of like the general problem with having like interesting critical failures or critical successes. It's like if you have to think of an interesting thing every time they roll a 1 or a 20, that can get tiring after a while. And sometimes there's no good way to give them something interesting depending on the situation. So all of that is to say, it depends on what you're good at as a DM. It depends on what you want to do. It depends on what your players like. But it's very much something, if you are doing this like multiple check system, you should think through, what am I effectively doing to his likelihood of succeeding? If you want his likelihood to be lower, that's all good. You're in control of that. But if you don't, you might want to be thinking through it.
What? How? Is that possible?
Deception 15. Wait, or 29. It's a lot.
It's probably
What's your
29.
bonus to
No, it's 16 plus 13.
Okay, so 29.
That's 29. Sorry,
Okay, I was like-
sorry. It's a lot.
For 9.
All right, kind of gives you a stern look.
Also, plus 13, so he has expertise? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he has expertise. Duh. What am I even thinking about? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I was like, wait, how did he get that? It's just the mechanic that bards have. Oh, and rogues, but okay. That makes sense.
Well, it'd be nice for a change for there to be someone up to fucking fight for this shit all over the place.
I start fake weeping into my cup.
He goes, oh, no. No need for that. Gonna make me lose my appetite. You sound of a real man crying. Chin up, and he takes and flicks a coin at your face.
Oh, fuck.
Look, if what he's saying's true, and we got some sort of savior making their way into town, well, let's hope they're at least a little more prepared than the last ones.
The last ones?
Well, the uprising...
Another floating clue that could have been said by fucking anyone, but it fit into this conversation. Beautiful. This is also, you could consider this sort of, lore dumpy, but I think the difference between a lore dump, what I would call a lore dump NPC, is someone who just offers these clues with barely any prompting. A lore dump NPC that just offers clues and offers backstory has to have a reason that they want to get all of that out of their mouth. They can still be good. They can still be useful. But this is a little bit distinctly different, where it does feel like they are bringing up specific topics, and if those topics were not brought up and this check was maybe not passed, then they wouldn't get to that information. So like a clue giver is a little bit different than a lore dumper. But you can have anyone be a clue giver if you have this kind of cloud of floating clues. Oh, those silly skill monkeys. Oh, those silly skill monkeys that will never ever fail a check. No matter how much Mega agonizes over the statistics, they've got a plus 13, so who cares?
3 years ago. Are you new to this fucking town?
3 years ago, Papa wouldn't let me out of the closet, so I didn't hear much of what was going on.
Okay, first and foremost, you gotta treat your boy better. You're gonna raise someone no better than the motherfuckers running Whitestone right now if you keep this up.
Did you really puke or did you fake puke?
I'm sorry about my Papa. He's had such a hard time these last few years. Our crops are not performing well, and he's under a lot of pressure, and Well, I think Mama doesn't love him anymore. Sorry. We can go.
I think you should. But, one thing, if he ever does anything else to hurt you again, you can tell someone. 2, if you hear anything else about this savior coming into town, go ahead and talk to Trevor over there at the edge of the bar. And you see over there, there's the guy who's behind the bar with his book. He doesn't even notice all this happening. Guy in his like mid-30s, glasses at the end of his nose, his hair's slicked back and pulled to a top ponytail, and he's just sitting there reading through his... Go ahead and tell Trevor. Because the rest of us would like to go out in a blaze of glory and live in this bullshit.
What was your name, sir?
Not important to much, but you can call me Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. I don't know if my papa has enough money for these drinks.
I'm gonna insight check Patrick.
From the floor?
Oh no,
Yeah.
He's
I'm
listening
fucking
in.
faking it, man.
Go for it.
All right, that's not that great. Oh, that's a 17.
And he seems honest. Seems like he's got not much to lose, and his interest is piqued, but he's not like wholly invested in this whole idea. But it's definitely caught his attention. Well, let's get him up. Right? Stands up. Reaches over, grabs you by the arm, lifts you up onto the stool on the side of the table, says, you! Pats you in the back. You need to sober up. Drink the water you got for your boy there.
Yeah.
Get your ass out of here.
Come on, Papa, let's go. I turn around and I just take the rest of his drink.
I will say, I think another reason that I'm so suspicious of Keeper Yenin is because we have not run into anyone who is like cool with the bride, or who is not wanting to be a revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay if everyone is like terrified and like everyone fucking hates the Briarwoods. Like, that is chill. Clearly, they are fucking death tyrant overlords. But the fact that we haven't run into anyone that is not willing to help them, or is even potentially leading towards reporting them because they think that the Vox Machina is going to get more people killed, I think that's what's a little surprising to me, and maybe why I'm so suspicious of Yenin, is because, like, in this sort of plotline, this is coming real easy to them so far. Like, they have not really struggled at all so far. And so I'm kind of, I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, of like, okay, when's the obstacle going to come into play? Like, they've had obstacles in the same way that a rock climber has obstacles. Like, the rocks aren't fighting back, but no one's thrown, you know, like thrown a barrel in their way, like Donkey Kong. These analogies making sense. So I'm waiting for the barrel. I'm waiting for the barrel because I'm like, it can't be this easy to ignite the fires of revolution. You know? I don't know. Some people love to kiss boots. Exactly. There's always going to be boot kissers. Or not even like boot kissers, just people who want to live at any cost. Like, living under tyranny is better than dying free. Like, that's like the famous quote or whatever is better to die free than live a slave. There are a lot of people who do not agree with that. There are a lot of people who would much rather live a slave than die free. And the fact that we've run into none of them that are not, like, terrified by Vox Machina's stuff and are not, like, immediately, like, kicking them out. Like, even the girl in the shop was so willing to talk to them. After she wigged them out, after they wigged her out, they were like, can we talk privately? I know we just scared the shit out of you. And she's like, oh yeah, let me go lock the door. Super suspicious activity. And then they, you know, passed like one check and she's willing to house them. Like, you know, I'm not saying that they can't make, they can make easy progress in some areas, but you need to have them struggle at least a little bit. And I don't think that Matt is the type to just hand them shit like this. So that's why I think that's another reason I'm so suspicious of Yenin, is because it doesn't feel like Matt would just hand all of this to them. So I keep waiting for that other shoe to drop on, like, who's fucking betraying them. Like, which one of these people, is it the merchant girl? Is it this barkeep? Is it fucking Trevor? Like, who's the mole? Who's the fucking narc that's gonna be the speed bump in the road? Bio break soon. We've been going. Oh shit. Yeah, we've been going for 149. So yeah, we'll do a bio break at 2 hours. I rolled a 1 for a 24 at level 3. What? Floor insight check. I don't know what you mean, Daniel. I rolled a 1 for a 24. Oh, like the end result. What, you had a plus 23? No cops, just speed bumps. Yeah. And like they've had some speed bumps. That's a great analogy, Connor. They've had some speed bumps. You know, like getting into the mansion to kill that guy. But they really haven't had many cops. So I'm waiting for the undercover guy to come in on this.
And as he pulls me away, and I sort of, slovenly turn after him, I turn back for a second, and I just completely sober up. Hello, as a resound. Walk down.
What do you say? I didn't even hear. Hello or
He
something.
kind of gives a keen glance and nods slowly as you walk away. Looks over at the bartender for a second, and then you exit the building. All right. You guys all convene at the ladies' chamber. Walking to the outside. The other day, there were a few folks walking through the courtyard. Today, there's a group of about 25 people, all different dress, from what would be considered a white stone middle class, the few there are, to a number of other peasantry, farm hands, and other folk that just look destitute by nature of existence here, all gathered in the amphitheater, and what appears to be a relatively hushed sermon or discussion currently going on by Keeper Yenin.
Let's not make ourselves known. I want to see this. I want to hear what's up.
Sit in the back.
Okay.
Sit in the back.
Sit in the back. He begins talking for a while about long tangent talk, speaking of
this land, once cherished as a burning light and a beacon of good existence, of kinship, of honesty and loyalty, dragged down into the muck by the imposition of darkness, the return of the evil that once scourged this land. Now given new faces, they push us down, and as hope crumbles, the light peeks through once again, for whispers have come to my ears, friend.
He did say walk out, AKL. Oh, I forgot to stop the timer. He did say walk out, but I'll give it to you because it's not in quotes. So the ones in quotes are the ones that I want exact. Vax walks away. I think he walks away.
That this unrest now has a name. I'm sure you've seen it. The fire atop that building this morning. I watched as one of your oppressors was cut from his high throne. One of his close advisors, scarred, tortured, shown the strength of this hidden ally of us, the oppressed peoples of Whitestone. He looks up over the group a little bit past the streets, carefully. I have come to believe that perhaps this is the time for us to band together and show our support. Now, the information is still vague, but just keep your eyes open, be careful, be quiet, as things progress. Word will find you.
Okay, I'm growing less confident that the Keeper Yenin's the narc. Now, I will say, what better place for a narc to be than controlling the flow of the revolution? You know what? Fuck it. No, I'm not backing down. I have not wavered in my resolve at all. I'll tell you exactly what's going on. I see through Keeper Yenin's horse shit. It is he's talking about the oppressed peoples, whatever. That is all a ploy to make him sympathetic. He's a man of the people. He's one of the keystones of fucking Whitestone society. But he just makes sure that nothing ever actually succeeds. Right? Like, whereas Patrick and Trevor, incredibly normal names, by the way, compared to Yenin, wonder if there's a coincidence there. If Patrick and Trevor were allowed to coordinate totally unmitigated, then they might have actually succeeded before. Right? Because they mentioned these other insurgents or whatever that Vox Machina still doesn't know about. Or, they didn't ask into. They mentioned that. Keeper Yenin didn't mention any of that shit. Why? Maybe he doesn't want to remind the people of a set of allies so recently in the past that failed. Maybe he wants to be on the side of the people. I'm one of you guys. Let me lead the revolution. Let me, more like, make sure that the revolution fails. Because if Trevor and Patrick were allowed to lead the people, maybe Whitestone would already be free. So you set up a puppet to take control, take charge of the revolution anytime it starts to boil. You convince people that he is one of the standout good guys, and then they all point back to Yenin. They're like, yeah, you go talk to Yenin. Yenin's your guy. And then Yenin's like, I am your guy. We are oppressed. I'll say all the right keywords to get past the door. And then once I'm past the door, I take the reins. And I make sure that it gets close. It gets close, so no one ever gets suspicious of me, but it never actually works. That's my theory. Never back down from what? Never back down, never stop, never stopping. That's what I say. I mean, out from inside is away. I don't understand. Maybe. Oh, Day, what up, Metaphone? Your action's been great. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. Pro tip, X2 Calamity is probably the best actual play RP I've ever seen. I hear nothing but amazing things about X2 Calamity. I hear everyone that ever brings it up, IRL, on stream, other creators, they're like, dude, you gotta watch X2. You gotta watch Calamity, which I really do want to. But I'm, watching them all in order. But I'm psyched to get there. Is Yemen the new Kima, or is he just Kima in disguise? He could be. I would not be at all surprised if this is not the original Yenin. Like I haven't seen any evidence of that yet. But, that would not be a surprise to me in the slightest. If this, just like when I was suspicious of Kima, I did float the idea that, yeah, maybe there was a good Kima in the past, but this is an imposter. Could totally be an imposter. Changeling wasn't out yet, but Mask of Many Faces Warlock was. So it's easy enough to look like someone different. I mean, hell, they had a player character. The wizard, Kit? Whatever their guest player was when they killed the grandma. She was consistently disguising herself. Why are all the imposters only on the side of the heroes? When are we gonna get an enemy imposter? So, yeah, Yenin could very much just be an imposter. Is Whitestone near Jersey? I don't know, maybe. I still haven't watched Exu Need to. I get it so often, which is not bad. I'm not, annoyed by it or anything. I'm just, every time is just, one piece of evidence added to the stack. Of, I've never heard anyone say, oh, Exu was mid. Or, Exu Calamity was mid. I've heard conflicting, oh, I liked this one better, I liked that one better, and I didn't really love that one, about almost every other actual play. But Exu Calamity has been nothing but glowing reviews. Oh, man. Fantastic work. All right, you're in the know. Yeah. Maybe you're so suspicious of authority, yet so fast to make a deal with a demon. Yup. Don't think about that too much. I guess Megaphone Man lore drop. I don't know. I'm excited for 4 years from now when you get to it. Hey. Don't say something so true. Really want to make it an Among Us joke. Yeah, you're good. Just needed to mention it in case. Do you think? Oh yeah, no. I love it. I love every mention of it because it's just one more evidence piece on the pile of I'm gonna make. At this point, there was a point in the past where I was just Exu Calamity will be really good. That was the only kind of thing I thought about it. And now the more it gets mentioned, the more I'm oh, Exu Calamity is gonna be an event. I'm gonna need to plan shit around it because it seems like it's not just good. You know what I'm saying? Exoclaiming needs an Amazon movie. At least a demon is forthright in their fuckery. Yeah, theoretically, if I get Burt Reynolds to read over the contract, you know, I'm probably all right. But authority figures, I don't know. Well, not even your fault. These nerds need to stop making 8-9 of content for free. True. Dude, that's why fucking D20 puts all of it behind Dropout and only puts a few things out for free. You can actually get through the shit.
Bows his head and says a prayer that none of you speak Celestial.
Celestial?
I
do. You do?
I speak Celestial.
Alrighty.
Oh, love hiding clues behind this. I would love it if he was like, in Celestial, was like, fuck all these hoes. That'd be so sick. I will say, I'm not going to spoil what it is, but in the one shot that I'm writing for the Unseen campaign right now, I have already made a clue that is hidden behind a language proficiency. So get ready for that.
A prayer that essentially, the essence of the prayer is, by the guidance of the lady, may civilization flourish, and those that keep progression at bay be squashed beneath our feet.
Oh my god, that's so vague! Oh my god! Progression for who? Progression? Progress? Are the fucking farmers in Whitestone progressing society, really? Or are the Briarwoods that are centralizing authority and intellectual research and enchantment, are they the ones actually making progress? Is Keeper Yenin, maybe this is Keeper Yenin, and maybe he got convinced that this is the new fucking super species. They're like, yeah, Keeper Yenin, we're gonna turn everyone into vampires, and then we'll rule the world, just like in that Magic the Gathering planescape. Okay, Yenin, think about the gathering that we can have. Because he's not a religious boy of Palor. He's a religious boy of the civilization god, which sounds more like a law deity to me rather than a good or evil. And what is more lawful than a tyrant that squashes all that oppose them?
Point the sermon kind of breaks into progression at bay.
And also be squashed beneath our feet. Little bit aggressive for a guy preaching unity. But I guess he did just end a sermon regarding the revolution. So it makes a little bit of sense. But it is interesting of like the Palor Temple is empty and appears to have been desecrated by this research. The Law and Order Temple has not. I back it down from this shit. Yedin's not evil. I take that back. He's not evil. He's just serving the evil overlords.
Be squashed beneath our feet. At which point the sermon kind of breaks and people begin to walk away and scatter.
I want to watch people as they walk away and kind of try to read their lips as they're walking away to see if everybody seems like loyal to what he said or if anybody seems a little...
Everyone is silent. Everyone is quiet and everyone is looking warily and kind of making their own separate paced exits so as not to draw attention.
Can we try to memorize their faces of everybody that was here?
Okay. Yeah, you keep as best a mental image of everyone who was passing by. Not too many notable, folk. They look like, from especially where you're from, the peasantry doesn't really interest you visually, but you do manage to gather like details of certain scars here and there and people, hair color, age, stuff like that. So.
Did we recognize the guy that was talking?
Oh, yeah, that's Keeper.
Let's keep it
Keep it in.
Any familiar faces in the audience?
Actually, Scanlan, you and Keyleth both recognize some of the farmers. You guys have all gathered.
Oh, we gathered again. Okay.
You recognize two of the individuals at this were the farmers you initially saw on the outskirts of Whitestone when you did your little scouting mission earlier.
Oh, nice. Cool. When we flew in?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, from all the people you've encountered, those are the only two that you specifically recognize so far.
Okay.
But it does appear to be made up of
Working hands.
and
farmers.
yeah,
Okay.
the foundation of the city that has been so long oppressed.
I elbow Percy. I go, do we talk to him?
I think we do. Maybe he talks to us. Try and catch his attention.
Okay. You can see as he's putting out some of the incense burners, looks over and sees.
Ah, yes. You return, please. Follow me.
And he steps outside of the amphitheater and around the back of it.
Follow.
Around the back of the amphitheater, you see there.
I mean, if you're the mole in the citizenry, you gotta get in good. You know what I'm saying? If you're a collaborator. Like, this reminds me of, number one, Falling Skies. Which, if you haven't seen, I think underrated show. Given that I haven't seen very many TV shows. I thought it was good. I like Falling Skies a lot. But very Falling Skies, very XCOM, like I don't think that he is an evil vampire, and I don't even think that he's a fake, like that he's an imposter. I just think he's a collaborator. That he has collaborated to save his own skin, or I actually think more likely, I actually don't think he's the save his own skin type, but I actually think that he is like on the, oh wait, what the heck is that? I just saw that wait, what? Quisling? What are we talking about? The Brandon Sanderson ad. I know. Tonight's stream is brought to you by Tor Books. Make sure and check out Shadows of Self. That's so crazy that Shadows of Self was just coming out. Great series. Anyways, but I am very, like, I really do think he's a collaborator. And he's collaborating because he truly thinks maybe the fucking Briarwoods laid out the whole fucking mission with Smokey. Fuck. Brain blast? Let's marry the conspiracies real quick. Smokey's the existential threat. Fuck, maybe. Oh fuck, I didn't start this. Maybe Yenin even knows about Percival. Maybe Yenin knows about Smokey, knows about Percival, knows that Smokey's trying to break out, and thinks that the Briarwoods, and like is like, oh, if Smokey breaks out, the whole world is fucking doomed. Civilization will be destroyed. Right? It will not be like we're gonna go to 1,000 years of darkness type of deal. We're not going to be living under tyranny. There will be just nothing. And I think that Yenin is a, like, you know, we're going to, I think he's doing it like an eventually type thing. Oh man, I'm not going to do it, but I want to go back and watch his first sermon and get a feel for how forward looking it is of like, we'll eventually get there. We'll eventually rise up, because I have a feeling that the Briarwoods, I have a feeling that this is the situation. The Briarwoods are like, yo, we need a plant. we need a narc. And we're going to get Keeper Yenin. And they tell Keeper Yenin, hey, there's a dangerous smoke monster in the basement that the Derolos lied to you about for years and years and years. Uh-oh, you don't trust them anymore now. But we're telling you about it. So even though, you know, it's like a devil you know, devil you don't sort of situation. We're the devil, but we're going to be honest with you about the smoke monster. Now, we're going to suck it out and destroy it. Immediately not honest. Because they're actually going to power themselves up. So I think that Yenin's long game is, okay, the smoke monster is the biggest threat. It's the highest order threat to civilization. And so the Briarwoods are going to kill Smokey, and then I will lead the populace in revolt, or something like that. And so he's playing along. He's collaborating the whole time because it serves a dual purpose in his head of like, yeah, I'll collaborate so that I can help save the people's lives. Like, I can help direct the revolution to lose as few people as possible while the Briarwoods continue getting towards killing Smokey. And then after the Briarwoods kill Smokey, I've already set myself up as essentially this, I mean, I don't want to say cult leader, but as essentially the man of the people. So the moment that the Briarwoods kill Smokey, I turn on the Briarwoods. Because I've already got the whole city, I'm mapping it out, I'm placing people where they need to be, and then we all go and get the Briarwoods. especially because he's a member of a larger clergy. Like, I don't think that the, temples to what's the fuck are organized. I don't think it's going to be like the Catholic Church or whatever. But I think it would be potentially easy enough for him to sneak someone out of the city, especially as he has amassed this sort of social control, and go and call in reinforcements from other what's the fuck temples. So that's my read of the situation. It's not that that Yenin is evil, and it's not even that he collaborates fully. It is that he is collaborating until they deal with the world-ending threat. It is not like better live as a slave than die or whatever. It is enemy of my enemy is my ally. So he's allied with the Briarwoods until they've taken care of the bigger enemy. And then he'll turn everyone on them. But the Briarwoods they're going to absorb Smokey. That's the key part that Yenin is missing, and potentially could be a big reveal in like the episode before. Maybe it's what even triggers the real revolution, is that they do some sort of spy mission or they discover a piece of lore in one of the manors and they bring it to Yenin. And they say, hey, look, Yenin, they've been designing this apparatus. They've been enchanting this shit to absorb Smokey's powers or to absorb like maybe an artifact. And Yenin's like, I'm sorry, what'd you say? They're building a device to absorb an artifact? And they're going to be like, yeah. I mean, yeah, that is a little bit disquieting, yeah, I suppose. And Yenin's going to freak out. He's going to, like, flip his shit. And they're all going to be like, Yenin, like, what the fuck's going on, bro? What's the dealio? And he's going to come clean. There's going to be a huge scene, I'm thinking 3rd episode from the end of this arc, is Yenin comes clean about the situation. And he's like, if they're going to absorb the power, we need to fucking go. And they all storm. And they actually have amassed the revolution. They storm the castle, get down to the basement, have the confrontation with the Briarwoods in the second to last episode, and then the confrontation with Smokey in the last episode of the arc. Yeah. That's what's going to happen. Woo, I'm so wrong. Reminder for anyone at Mega's table, no one take Eyes of the Runekeeper. It won't be useful. Dude, I love taking Eyes of the Runekeeper on my warlocks. It has never been useful, but I loved taking it for the feel. Eyes of the Runekeeper is so sick. We need the meme from Always Sunny. What's up, Pharaoh? How you doing? It's amazing how Mega perfectly predicts things, batting 1,000 every time. How does he fucking do it? Nothing does get past me. Whispers Smokey, background whispers Smokey. Don't know if I ever heard anyone use it outside of the historical context. Oh, wait. Quisling. Yeah, I don't know what Quisling is. Mega is not expecting the Whitestone Inquisition. A device to absorb an artifact or Smokey. I think that they're going to find a vaguer clue, and Yenin is going to be the one to piece it together. That's going to be the big scene. So they're going to find the clue that there's a device that's just set to absorb the artifact. And the artifact is Smokey. And maybe the person, it might even be a scene where the person, they're about to kill them, but they interrogate them about the device. And before he can tell them too much about the device, Percy gets possessed and fucking shoots him in the head. And so then they bring the clue back to Yenin, and Yenin's like, no, what do you mean? And maybe even Percy gets, like, repossessed, and that's, like, a whole thing, and then they don't trust him, and Yenin's like, what the fuck is going on here? That could happen. I don't know if it will, though. I don't know how much Smokey has, like, vision out of Percival, if that makes sense. I feel like Smokey is mostly responding to Percy's emotional state. So, like, I don't think that Smokey can, like, observe outside of Percy. I think he is just responding to the internal emotional turmoil of Percy and pushing him towards violence and vengeance and eventually freeing him. Is Smokey an artifact? I don't think Smokey's actually an artifact. I think there's going to be like that's like a code word for him within like the development squad. He doesn't. What's up, Alibi? 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 I think Alibi. He doesn't even know the Briarwoods have the Infinity Stones. My favorite evocation is Mask of Many Faces. Oh, Mask of Many Faces is easily the best. I love it. It's so flexible. It's so cool. Mask of Many Faces is it's what made me fall in love with Warlock. It is so hard not to take it on all of my Warlocks. Don't tell anyone that that Patrick is Smokey. Oh my god. Over the 2-hour mark. Oh, you're right. Okay. So we will stop for a sec. Good place to stop anyways. Yeah, we're at 2:15. Oh my gosh. So we've been over the mark. So yeah, we will stop really quick. We'll do a bio break, and then we will come back and see Keeper Yen and lie to their faces. I thought Smokey was named Andy. Not that I'm aware of. Hey, do vampires have souls? Does Lord Briarwood have a soul? I think it depends on the lore. I have no idea for D&D, honestly. I mean, like, in IRL, it depends on the lore, and, like, within, like, most media franchises, because I think in Blade, and, like, Marvel, the whole thing is that they sold their soul to the devil, so they wouldn't have it anymore, but I'm not sure for D&D lore. Maybe made a Warlock pack just for Devil's Sight because I'm scared of the dark. Fuck yeah, dude. That's so sick. That's all the fucking backstory you need. Quisling as a synonym for traitor without necessarily being aware of the origin of the term. Oh yeah, I've never heard of that. Interesting. I believe it. I totally believe it. But anyways, yeah, so we will do very quick bio break, and then we will be back. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, wait. I did. Okay, what? I got, instead of just the most recent subscriber, I got alerts to come up on screen and like a list of most recent subscribers within like a time period. Anyways, goodbye. What's up, everybody? I'm back. How we doing? Everybody go to the bathroom, get some water, hydrate or dehydrate. Honestly, I'm a little dehydrated. I have not been drinking enough water. It's bad. I need to at least finish that by bedtime. Yeah. Lord Briarwood's name is on the barrel, so his soul is supposed to be forfeit, and maybe part of the pact allows them to suck the vampire souls out of whatever, wherever they went. Or maybe they still have souls, and because it always could be that, maybe in this specific incarnation of vampires, like these vampires still have souls, or maybe Lord and Lady Briarwood, they're magic-y enough. Maybe a similar process to how they're planning on capturing Smokey. Maybe they managed to keep their souls when they became vampires. There's a lot of things that the DM could introduce to close that gap. It could also be that Smokey's fucking lying to to Percy. So I don't know. There are also things like Vampire the Masquerade. Speaking of another game I do want to learn. Vampire is intimidating, but it is such like a monolithic game, and it is so different from a lot of the other mainstream games that I am really interested in learning it. It's just it's probably third on my list. I want to learn Worlds Without Number, Cyberpunk, and then Vampire the Masquerade. And then I'll learn Call of Cthulhu whenever my friend decides he's ready to DM it. But yeah, I think that's like my order of like games I want to learn how to GM. Got here late and finally caught up. What up, Hans? Little late guy, but he's here. Welcome, welcome. I've learned Vampire this past year, and it's 100% worth learning. Yeah, I want to. I really want to, because even in like a lot of the games that I've mentioned, I think a lot of them are... I don't think any of them focus on the social aspect nearly as much as Vampire does. I really don't think there are many games that focus on it like Vampire does. Because, like, something like Powered by the Apocalypse or BitD, like, they have social and exploration and combat all kind of wrapped into one system. But Vampire is like a whole behemoth of social. So I'm really, really interested to see, like, what do I like about that? What do I not? Because I really loved a game, it's a video game called Griftlands that I really want to play on stream sometime. I think it'd be super fun to play through the beginning. Because it has a really interesting story. But the story is, like, pretty hidden. And it is a roguelike card battler. But there is combat, like normal combat. And then there is, I think they call it debate or something, that is basically a social encounter, but you have a deck of cards, like in a normal card deck builder. Like a normal roguelike deck builder, we have a deck of cards for like doing these social encounters. And there's like whole social mechanics that are totally separate from combat. And I think it's super duper fun. And that's sort of what I think of Vampire as, like, okay, it's going to be so different, and it'll maybe show me some things that I wish D&D had. Or maybe ways to make social encounters a bit more interesting. So I really do want to learn Vampire. Good game if you have the right table. A bad table can be unfortunate. Well, yeah, because everyone's like sexy and hot. Just inherently within the entire like conceit of the table. You're playing a game about sexy hot vampires. I could very, and like with it being so socially focused, a bad table trying like maybe people that aren't as like socially adept, or maybe are less comfortable or less experienced socially, might have a lot harder time with that than like a deep combat system like D&D. He's only missed 20 minutes of the session. Wait a minute. Actually, how long though? Oh God, how much longer do I have? I actually need to check. Okay, we've had 2.5 hours of stream, and Matt ends the session at 3:05. Oh, okay, we're not making as bad of time as I thought. I forgot that the second half is faster. Yeah, it's only been about 30 minutes of the actual game. We're only about halfway through. That's crazy. In my experience, it has been 85% social interaction. Lamau, Phoenix Wright plus Yu-Gi-Oh. Fuck yeah, dude. That sounds so sick. If you're interested in Vampire, getting the visual novels on Steam is a great way to kind of learn some of the basic mechanics. Ooh, okay. Save the Nosferatu, but they end up hot. Or Smeech, I think is how I would say that. But they end up hot. That's what I'm saying. Everyone ends up hot. But anyways, Vampires very much on my list. What I would really like to do, I would really love someday to just flex my creator muscles and just get in on a table of other creators that already know how to play and just learn that way. You know, the cheat code to to learning how to play it. Competency kink. Zinch. Anyways. Zimichi, got it.
It's constructed attached
Anyways.
to the very, very far end of this kind of round half dome, a square brick building, very, very simple. And as he ushers you all inside, it's essentially a tea room. There's a table, there's a tea set up there. There is a small stove in the far end, a little fire burning stove, and shelves arranged with all different manner of small sculptures, metalwork, holy symbols of Arathis that have all been put on display. Each one has a name carved beneath it, and you recognize this, Percy. This is the legacy of all the keepers of this ladies' chamber over time. Their symbols. This is basically kind of a hall of previous keepers.
Please sit. Have tea if you like, if you're so interested. We have much to discuss. So, I am to believe that these allies you spoke of previously were responsible for this dastardly attack on Sir Karen.
That could be inferred.
Well, I've spoken privately with a number of the remaining community leaders of our town, and they are unconvinced. Understand, this isn't the first time an insurrection has been attempted, and much sorrow was endured after previous failures. We keep hope best we can, but without a solid plan. We are sending the rest of our able-bodied into the abyss.
And now he is asking them, step by step, hey, yo, what's your plan? Swear I won't tell the Briarwoods.
What happened last time?
Well, in a similar fashion, we had a number of fed-up individuals decide to finally raise some sort of aggressive act against the castle, attempt to storm it by force. We figured we had the numbers. There are many dangers in that castle that go beyond what we were prepared for. And as such...
Dungeon crawl. That's a dungeon crawl.
The few that survived, well, they met the fate most do with the Sun Tree these days. So we've been remiss to put ourselves in a similar position for many years now. To make matters worse, our informant within the castle has gone silent this past few weeks, and we have no idea the progression of the Briarwoods plot.
Was your informant by chance named Simon?
No. Simon's been missing for some time, actually.
Who was your informant?
I don't know the name. The information comes through, Actually, he should be arriving here in just a moment.
What did they find underneath Whitestone?
All that we know is they've been rebuilding or repurposing something old and terrible beneath the city. I've only heard whispers of it referred to as the Ziggurat.
The ziggurat?
No.
The prison? In a dungeon crawl in my D&D campaign. A ziggurat's like a temple, right? Ziggurat. Yeah. Massive structure built in ancient Mesopotamia, has the form of a terraced compound of successively receding stories or levels. Bro, we already had this in Vasselheim. This is what scary Sphinx lady was hiding in. Which actually, I wonder if they're connected. Okay, wait. Now that I say that out loud. Huh. Interesting. So I don't think that Matt called it a ziggurat in Vasselheim. Oh, yeah, Inspire, I got you. I mean, it'll still be in the video, but I know you're fine. You are all good. But that is, because it's not just that it's a ziggurat, right? It's a ziggurat behind or beneath a town. Because in Vasselheim, they had to go way beneath the Slayer's Take. They got into this massive cavern, and the ziggurat was there, and the weird Sphinx person was there. Or I think it was just the Sphinx. Maybe these because that was after Matt had decided, like, hey, this is going to be a whole fucking public campaign. So it's not even like the Underdark, where he was just kind of futzing around, didn't really, wasn't really planning for it to be this big grand arc thing. So I'm wondering if instead of Horns of Orcus, right, it's like Vox Machina and the Ziggurats of Power. You know what And all of these ziggurats have these, like, ancient beings within them. And the Slayer's Take ziggurat was, like that ziggurat was to a specific, it is to a specific deity. It's to, the divination lady. It's not Mistra, but it's like a goddess of divination or something. And so maybe it's like from like the before times, where these are like the ziggurats of power, and there are these like ancient entities that inhabited the ziggurats. And the one that could see everything, maybe there was some sort of calamity that locked them all away, but Sphinx isn't locked away, or maybe she is. Maybe she's stuck in the cavern. And she can't get out, which is why she needs the Slayer's Take to go and do shit for her. But regardless, maybe that's what Exu Calamity's about. Maybe there was like something. The ziggurats were like a before thing. Something happened, locked them all down, and then they've all been trying to escape in some way or another. And in the same way that building the Slayer's Take on top of the knowledge person, the divination person's ziggurat, gave the Slayer's Take some, like, benefits and inexorably tied them to the knowledge lady, and now they're all branded, I wonder if Smokey is similar. Like, maybe Smokey is not, like, an explicit god. Maybe it is just a powerful planar entity that is linked to, like, a god of destruction or something. And it is locked within the ziggurat. Maybe that's even what the Sun Tree originally did. Maybe that was the first seal. The Sun Tree was the first seal on Smokey's tomb. That was how, or maybe it's the last, I don't know. But the Durolos planted the tree, whoever, way back when Whitestone was first founded, planted the tree to seal away Smokey. And that's why it's the Sun Tree, because it keeps the darkness it keeps it contained. And maybe the symbol of the Durolos is even the symbol of Smokey. Because, like, the knowledge lady, the divination lady had a symbol that they all got, branded with. So maybe Smokey, maybe the Durolo symbol is Smokey's symbol. So they're going to, like, get down to the ziggurat. And they're going to, get past all but, like, the last seal or something. And it's going to be like the Durolo family crest on there. And they're going to be like asking the Briarwoods, like, what the fuck does this mean? And the Briarwoods are like, that's it. Like, why is my crest on there? And they're like, that's not your crest. That's blah blah blah's crest. Big guitar lick. Ooh, I'm feeling it. I don't, I'm probably entirely wrong. But that's so interesting. Oh my gosh. Ione, right? Ione, yeah. Matt did refer to the one under the Slayer's take as a ziggurat. Ooh, he's cooking. He's brain blasting. I have a feeling, and this is before knowing anything that came after, that Matt was doing the smart thing and setting up a few different possible threads to pull on based on audience. That's fair. That's a very fair thing to do as a DM, to set up a few arcs. Like, I do that very consistently with my players. I rarely plan out, like, this is gonna be the grand arc or whatever, before I see what my players are, like, super interested in. I really try to let them direct that. So that is very, very fair that Matt might have been doing that. Goddess of knowledge. Right. Okay, Ione, gotcha. Especially player reactions. Yeah, 1,000%, which I love. I call it player-driven storytelling. So a lot of times I try not to make it super obvious what a quest is. Like, if this thing is or isn't, like, an explicit quest, so that I can kind of leave them to only pursue what they're interested in out of, like, the things that I show them. And that also is, like, why I really love the Z Bashu Boons and Banes bowl for travel montages, because it's a very similar concept of, like, give the players more control, like, let them research or direct the story towards what they're interested in. So yeah, very cool. A calamity in my critical role? A calamity, you say? Exactly. Hey, you never know. Get Down at the Ziggurat is my Dixieland jazz band name. Hell yeah. Oh, I forgot the timer. Good reminder on the timer. I need to remember it. I'm real bad at that because I have so little time to prep, or because my prep isn't efficient. I think that's a really good that's a better way to phrase it, because I don't think you need to be a high prep DM. You can be fully improv. Right now I run an improv. I say it's improv only. It's almost improv only. For every hour we spend playing, I probably spend 2 minutes prepping. That one is extreme because it was meant to, from the very beginning, it was going to be an improv only tone. But even when I DM like a normal D&D session, I normally say, as a good heuristic, you should prep for every hour you play, you should prep 1 hour for. Like, I think that will hit a good sweet spot for a lot of beginners. But for me, I normally do, for every hour of playtime, I prep for like 15 minutes. So I'm a very improv heavy DM. It's why I recommend the cloud of clues so much. I also have a cloud of layouts. Like, most of the time, I have no idea what a map is going to look like before the players actually get there. I just make genericized layouts, and then I grab the one that feels like it fits. And so that's even maybe a bit of a misnomer of when I say, I'm low prep. I just prep a lot of things generically when I'm, in the mood and in the mindset, and have the time. And then I just make it to where I can slot them in anywhere with very little effort. Or with just some reflavoring. But the Ziggurat is going to be a really fun ride in Critical Role Land. I played the Saxon Disneyland Jazz Band. Can I get down at the Ziggurat? Fuck yeah, dude. I don't have the improv gene super developed yet, but I'm working on it. Starting my current campaign as heavy lore built from players' backstories. Got myself stuck in too much ambition though. Hey man, it's Erd Turd Mans. So I just saw man and assumed, but I don't know. But that you're gonna go through that as a DM. You're gonna go through that several times as a DM. That's why my most recent D&D campaign as a DM of, at that point, 9.5 years, I got too ambitious. That was it. That was why it fizzled out. It wasn't scheduling. It wasn't any of that. I got way too ambitious, and was having to do too much prep, and I couldn't keep up. So it very much happens. But that's why I really try to be very deliberate with that improv. But like you said, it will. You're working on it. Just DMing will naturally build that improv gene because you're gonna have to do some amount of it at some point. It's just varying amounts, and so the more you DM, the more you'll build it up, and the more you'll be able to utilize it to your advantage.
Go into the deep history of the city as you are outsiders. Legend speaks of a seed that the Sun Tree was placed by Pelor himself to seal a wound in the light.
I don't need to even explain how I just called that. Oh my god. The Sun Tree was there to seal off Smokey.
What?
Also, I want to draw a very big attention to something right now. The word seal a wound in the light. We're not healing the wound. We're not destroying the wound. We're not aiding or salving. We're sealing it. Players are always so predictable. Yeah, my players always do exactly what I think they'll do.
Stone rose around it. Now, the fable has long been told, but ever since those fiends took the city, their interest beneath the city has kept me thinking on this fable. It leaves me very unsettled. And as the Sun Tree slowly died, so did our confidence. Further, at which point the door across the room opens. And another enters the room. A very, very elderly man steps into his ragged robes, straight on his very, very thin, frail form.
I wink at him.
Whether his skin is dark and leathery, he's nearly hairless in his head, and his liver spots all over his scalp. One of his eyes is clouded over in white, and he kind of shimmies in very slowly.
I ask you, strangers, what makes you so sure you can change the tide of this battle?
Drop seeming. Drop it.
Do I recognize this person?
As old as he may be, there is a subtle power and resonance and confidence to his voice that there's just a force of personality and conviction that immediately leads you to believe this man is, or once was, a man of great power and respect.
Are there windows in the room?
There are 2 windows. They are currently shut with
Can we bring the
curtains.
seeming back up?
We should show him.
You, Percy, recognize this man. He was once the Chancellor to your father, and a long-respected philosopher in Whitestone known as Archibald Desney.
Was he a good guy? Was he a good guy?
Archibald Desnet?
Desney.
Desney.
He was very well respected, very stern and crotchety at times, but very much aided your family in holding the city together in times of strife.
I pull out Sir Carrion's notebook, and I hand it to them, and I say, this should be some proof that we mean what we say.
Reaches out and his long, spindly fingers can wrap around the tome, pull it towards him.
So you bring a trinket. That is helpful. But to kill one mortal man is no feat compared to the darkness that lies in that castle. I need more. On that.
Go ahead and drop it. I remove my hat.
Can I just drop it on one of us, or do I have to drop it on all of us?
I'd say you could drop it on an individual if you prefer.
All right, I will drop Percy's seeming.
Okay. There's a slamming sound as the tome he's holding hits the floor.
Hello, Archie.
Percival. Sweet Percival.
Not so sweet these days. I did not think you would have lived.
I thought you had perished in the subjugation.
This makes me... It's so funny. I trust Archibald. Uh-oh. Mega trusts authority? I totally trust Archibald. And I think... And this leads me even more into my conviction that Yenin is not evil, but he's a collaborator. This makes me 1,000,000% sure. The fact that there is an actual, not Derolo, but, Derolo administration person alive that totally could have rallied probably a successful revolution by now if things didn't keep going wrong. Uh-oh. And his second in command, this Yenin bro, just so happens to be, I don't know. This makes me even more suspicious. I totally trust Archibald. trust Yenin even less. Woo! Oh my god. I can't stop looking at the Titan traps of Travis. Dude, I need to work out again. That's all that reminds me of. Percy seriously comes alive through these episodes. I'm psyched. Mega's anarchist sympathies flag. If you want a cool arc, let Taliesin lead the party for real. Outstanding players, all of them, of course. Hell yeah. No, this has been a sick arc so far. I think there's also the juxtaposition of it coming right after what I would consider to be, a series of very weak arcs. Even though the Slayer's take was better than Underdark, I think that overall, honestly, just Critical Role in general has been pretty weak in the art department up until now. So there is that nice juxtaposition that really highlights just how good this is. The only time he didn't consult the list. Dun, dun, dun.
Percival, you have no idea the joy this brings to my heart. And he reaches out and kind of like just touches the edge of your face like he's still in disbelief. Your hair. It seems age has caught up to you as well.
It was difficult leaving.
You see a smile creep across this very, very tense old man face, and he kind of looks about the room with a renewed energy that wasn't there before.
My friends are strong.
With you here, Percival, we've two Derolos spearheading a rebellion. We have the guiding light the people need.
Who else survived?
We must succeed, Percival. If this fails, there won't be anyone else left to rise up. They're nearing their goal, according to your sister, Cassandra. We haven't much time.
So Cassandra's the friendly mole that's in the castle. Interesting. Also, I think it's funny that they don't ever really spell out that Percy has white hair now. Yeah. I've just known from all the thumbnails that I've made of him. Interesting.
Your sister leaves Percival.
Oh, shit!
She survived the attack and was taken as the personal assistant or slave of the Briarwoods and used as an example, a symbol of her dominance. She's been feeding us information for years, whenever she could, and she was the helping guide the last 2 attempts we've made. We've not received a letter for her in weeks now. But no, you're not the only surviving member of your family. I will talk.
I called out Cassandra being alive in my first stream? What? Did they mention Cassandra? I don't remember that shit at all. How does he do it? That's crazy. That's so funny. Oh, dude, I have to find the clip of that now. That's so funny. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. If you throw out enough wild predictions, yeah, when you reacted to the backstories just based on the backstories, that's crazy. Oh, how does he do it? She helped him escape and was shot with arrows. Oh, she was the off-screen death family member. Yeah, no body, no death. Exactly. Yeah, 1,000% no body, no death. So that makes total sense. All right.
Talk to your people. I will talk to mine. We'll have your militia. Guide us.
It 1,000% puts a ton more pressure on Percy. And what's really interesting, last session I talked about how, with this curse that is slowly corrupting Percy, right? Which, oh my god, now that I think about it, is definitely coming from the ziggurat. Anyways, with that, I was like, oh yeah, they don't actually have like a huge ticking clock on this. Like, they have the motivation of Percy wanting to, but this is the ticking clock. This is, hey, your sister's been in there and she has been successfully feeding us information and she just recently stopped. That is a massive ticking clock. And it's a great example of how, despite the name, a ticking clock does not need to have like a clear end. It doesn't need to be obvious how much it's progressing. As long as you give hints and signs of that progression, it can still be a pushing and a motivating force for the party. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. First few minutes of the episode. That's so funny. They also have an aunt, Kima. No spoilers, Daniel. Dun dun dun. Sorry, just delete that. Yeah. I'll make sure to delete it. I didn't read it out loud. No worries. That's crazy. That's a fantastic example of a ticking clock. Because it's something that I criticized Matt a lot for in the Underdark. A ton I criticized him for the lack of ticking clocks. Like the lack of like pushing and like motivation. Because they had no idea what kind of danger Kima was in. Once they got Kima, they didn't have a good idea of like Kavarn's plans or the timetable on it. But it just takes that little bit. Honestly, if Matt had just said they got your sister, like, yeah, they got the sister, but they've had her, you know? Like, okay, like that's a great generalized motivation. Oh no, they have my sister. But like, why do I care right now? Like, why do I have to rush? They've had her, right? So he adds in the tiny little sprinkle of they have her, she was communicating to us, and very recently has stopped. Boom. Now they have to go. They have to go faster. They cannot faff around with this revolution bullshit for a week. Percy's sister might be dead and dying as we fucking speak, dude. You gotta go. So that little tweak makes it, I think, immensely more motivating for Percy and the entire party. Very nice. Very, very nice. And it's a perfect sort of inflection point. Could push Percy to pursue out of love or out of even deeper need for vengeance. 1,000%. This is a great, like, I talked about with Vex, like mental dissonance, right? Dissonance can be bad. Like, if something doesn't feel right, if, like, you know, we believe two things about a character that seem mutually exclusive, that can be bad. I think that was the case a lot with Orion. A lot of his things felt like, okay, this characterization of Tiberius feels at odds with this other characterization, and they don't feel like they're at good odds. But with Vex, we had this dissonance of him not wanting Kynan to join them and to get into this like dangerous lifestyle before he's ready, and like wanting him to go out and do it by himself, but also, and like, you know, take the risk and level up, but then also knowing, hey, this is dangerous, and this kid that looks up to me, that is only doing this because I told him to, could just fucking die, and that'll be on my hands. So there's this dissonance within Vex's, I've been saying Vax, within Vax's mind, right? This pushing against each other. And I said that I think it was good that Matt didn't let him find Kynan. That he just had to live with that dissonance for a while. You have to egg it up, push it to a breaking point where one overcomes the other. And I think that that's a great point about this inflection of the love for Cassandra versus the vengeance. And especially since the vengeance is personified by an exterior force, you could put a very obvious thing of like, you know, fucking Percy's got the fucking mask on, black clouds swirling all around, his eyes are glowing red, the gun is glowing, and Cassandra like looks up at him and maybe says the name of a villain, maybe mistakes him for Lord Briarwood. Oh, like how crazy would that be? Like, there's so much you can do there when you have these very dissonant ideals of love versus hate really plaguing on Percy's mind right now. Right now, they're in alignment, but it takes like 2 lines of dialogue to put those directly at odds. and figure out which way is Percy going to bend. Ooh, so great, so fucking good. Ooh. The prediction, it's it gets straight to the heart of his intended character struggle. Exactly. It's a very cute, how does Percy feel and what will Percy do? Taliesin, yeah, it's awesome. Very acute, yeah. The prediction is about 16 minutes. That's so funny to just bink it right off the bat. Especially so soon after Percy talked at some length about how his motivation is dark, not to achieve good things. Yeah, 100%. The first stream is second in the playlist? Really? Might have to change that. They got your sister. We're coming with you, dear Cassandra. Oh, dear. They got your sister. We're coming with you. Yeah. The town lost communication with Cassandra after the Briarwoods learned Percy was alive. They've been expecting Vox Machina. Totally. 1,000%. 1,000% that those things line up. And not only is this a good ticking clock, good motivation for the players, but it escalates once they realize it's their fault. Like the Sun Tree is their fault. Cassandra getting potentially killed is their fault. And Percy didn't have to reveal himself. Percy was hidden. He chose to reveal himself. And you know what made him want to do it? It was vengeance. It was this conflicting ideal. He talked about how he wanted the person in the manor to know it was him. And so, I mean, if Taliesin picks up on that, oh my God, we're pushing them against each other even more. Of this, I want them to know it was me, but them knowing it was me is potentially getting my sister murdered. Great. Amazing. It invites Taliesin to decide if he now wants Percy to walk the dark or light path if they succeed, but with both equally plausible. 1,000,000%. Or just end his character altogether. And he, go out in, one big, last show of love that was, at the core of his character or whatever. Very easy end to the plot. Very easy, I'm going to go full vengeance, and I'm going to lean into this. Or I'm going to go redemption, and I'm going to live in love without hate in my heart. Yeah. Also, Percy potentially has someone to live for now. That is also true. Beyond the party. Because the party was kind of like, dude, come on, we're your friends, right? And he's like, I mean, which is totally fair. But if Taliesin wants to, he now has a big, big invitation to do so. Yeah. Very generous of Matt. Totally. Sorry if I only just came in. What's the timer? The timer is a count up timer to give me a good idea of how long I've been on a tangent so that I don't waste too much time tangenting. Or not waste too much time, but spend too much time in one particular tangent. Ed Turdman's got it. Doesn't stream for 95 hours exactly. Oh, damn, I didn't even appreciate that layer, yeah. This is why we watch your reactions. Dude, it's collaborative. Because I was thinking about this the other day. I don't think if I was just watching this show casually, and I wasn't because John asked me kind of a question about how would it be different for you if you were just watching it on your own versus on stream? And I was like, honestly, I wouldn't think about it that hard. I would just watch it as an entertainment product. I would relax. All of these things would still be happening, but they would just be kind of rolling off my head. Because, I wouldn't be watching them as an entertainment product. I would just be watching them to be entertained. So, I mean, I appreciate it and I love it, but you guys are the source of it. If you guys weren't here, and I'm sure that I think my insights have gotten better as more people have joined because I have even more to bounce off of and more people to clarify my points and more people to ask clarifying questions and bring things up. I truly view it as collaborative. That is not me blowing hot air. I fucking love it. There's yeah, I love streaming this. It's so juicy. It's obvious that Taliesin is eating it up. Oh yeah, the entire fucking party's eating it up. It's awesome. This tangent has been long, but oh so juicy. Hell yeah. I'm very glad. I'm very, very glad. Interesting parallel to show how the cast has said that streaming changed and in many ways improved their role playing. I fully believe it. 1,000% believe it. There is like I'm just so much more conscious of it now that I am like making a product. Like I'm just using my brain more. Cuz when I like, you know, just watch it for fun, a lot of times I just don't want to use my brain that much. I don't want to think about the things that I'm watching that hard. So it's like it's maybe the right way to phrase it is like because I'm watching with a purpose, I get more out of the show. So yeah. So thank you all for being here. I love doing it. And let's make sure it's not a 7-hour stream.
Percival Frankenstein von Musel Kowalski to roll of the third.
Wow!
Vox Machina.
Wait, you know who we are? Oh, how's he know? I don't know.
All of us have information from all over these lands. We've had a few friends come from Iman over the past couple years. They met some dire ends. But just don't think that we haven't heard of your exploits.
He said the thing.
Help us bring a dawn back to this land.
I may have a plan. How fares Professor Anders?
Ooh.
Professor Anders has been lost to us since before the insurrection. He is a man taken by what promises the Briarwoods have given him. What little he's shown his face in this town is not the man he once was. Or at least the man we thought he was never who he truly claimed to be.
He lives in the house in the east? No, house in the north?
He lives in the castle of the Briarwoods as well.
Mrs. Anders?
Lady Ripley lives in one of those mansions.
She did. There have been reports in recent days that she's been quick to pack. No, not where she resides now.
What happened to who lives in the third house?
Here. It takes a moment to think of which house you're referring to.
Burned one of them.
He takes a moment to check his DM's notes.
Yes, you did. The house is Carrington's house. And there are 2 other homesteads of the new nobles. One of which is currently held by the Duke, he says with disdain, Coron Bedmire.
Coron Quagmire?
Bedmire. He's supposedly been put.
Oh yeah, very, very classic call to the hero. Yeah, 1,000,000%. It's very interesting that she's packing up and heading out of town. I wonder if the doctor is a little bit less like ideologically driven, and I think that's even very possible. A lot of times in fiction, you have like the figureheads, the kingpins, the fucking Thanoses, the big bad that are like, fucking make it work, make my collider work. And the doctor is like, but dude, if we make the collider work, it could have consequences. You're like, I don't care about the consequences. I want my fucking family back. Could be the doctor's kind of general thing is maybe as they've broken more and more progressive seals, maybe she's been taking some readings. Maybe she's been like, ooh, I don't know if we can contain Smokey. And maybe there's like a kind of oil salesman. Maybe the enchanter man. Maybe the magic item shop man that was contracted to go into the castle. Maybe he's like a snake oil salesman type beat. Maybe he's like a Rasputin type of beat. And so the doctor is like, bro, I don't know about this. I kind of think Smokey's going to kill your ass. And they're like, no, we could take it. We can handle. Also, no timer. Fuck. We can fucking handle Smokey. And she's like, I don't know that you can, dude. But like, and they're like, fucking do it. And then maybe she refused one too many times. Maybe she was slowing down the work. I don't know. Maybe the doctor isn't quite as bad. Maybe she's actually a redeemable one in this arc. And that'll be a moral quandary for Percy with like, she's on the fucking list, But maybe she's been even working to undermine the Briarwoods. Maybe she just wants to hit town or hit the road. I don't know. And then magic item shop man, Snake Oil, Rasputin, is like, don't listen to the doctor with her degrees. I've ran a successful business, and that means I'm a good person. And I'm here to tell you that you can control Smokey. Just drink 3 of these before bedtime, and that'll be a ludicrous amount of money. Thank you. Goodbye. I don't know. Kind of interesting. I'm curious as to why this doctor's hitting the road. That's a very interesting wrinkle.
In watch of the Temple of Pelor, but he's left that to ruin.
I'm trying not to let you resolve everything in 2 sessions. Into the Spider-Verse is incredible. Into the Spider-Verse is so awesome. With a box of scraps in a cave. Exactly. Get down at the ziggurat. Yeah. There's a difference between Simon and Anders, to be clear. Oh God, I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I've lost the plot. Simon and Anders. Is this a fucking Workaholics reference that I don't know? I don't know. I'm now picturing Gilmore doing the rah rah Rasputin dance. I mean, Gilmore seems to have shit to back it up. I don't think Gilmore's a snake oil salesman. He's fucking poofing back and forth to Whiterun. No, Westrun.
The other home houses Count Tyleri, another sadistic man who oversees the timber production of Whitestone.
The what production?
Timber.
Is that?
Oh, yes. No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Simon Whisk is the magic shop owner. He's the Rasputin. And Professor Anders is the she's the one on the list, right? Professor Anders is the one on the list, and she's the one telling the Briarwoods, don't, I don't think you can take on Smokey. And they're like, we can, keep breaking through the seals. That's my theory. And maybe even they found that note that referenced the man with the unnatural eyes, potentially Simon Whisk. He's talking about Ripley, not Anders. Oh, wait. There's a third person. Wait. I am confused. Dr. Ripley was also involved as a third person. Anders is a dude who's also on the list. Dr. Ripley is a whoopin'. Professor Anders is not Ripley. Okay. And who is packing up and leaving? Is it Anders or Ripley is packing up and leaving? Who is Anders? Are they just both on the list? So they're Ripley and Anders are both on the list, and Ripley's leaving. What do we know about Anders? I don't know. Do I know anything about Anders at this point? Both are on the list. Ripley got out of Dodge. Okay. So I think that Ripley is Ripley like from Aliens. I think that Ripley is the one telling, because Ripley was also the one, Professor Anders was Percy's teacher. Nope, just that Percy asked about it. Got it. Okay. And I am thinking Ripley is the one that is trying to recreate the gun in the Temple of Pelor. She wrote the note that they found in the, not cauldron, brazier, about the man with the unnatural eyes. I mean, definitely hold the line, but I do appreciate the clarifications because it's good for me to know. Percy talked about it when he told the group his backstory. Correct, that was probably Ripley. He just doesn't remember. Yeah, we're all good. I think everyone knows that we're good. We're good. Yeah, feel free to tell me anything I don't remember. But I think that Dr. Ripley made the gun, or is trying to make the gun, blew her own hand off, and wrote the note about the man with the unnatural eyes. I think the man with the unnatural eyes is going to be red herringed to be Professor Anders, but it is actually Simon Whisk, who is the magic shop guy, who is my Rasputin analog. So I think Ripley is like, fuck, dudes, we can't do this. You can't fuck with Smokey. The gun's too hard to make. I blew my fucking hand off. Look at that. and then Man with the Unnatural Eyes is Simon and is telling them like, no, Briar Woods, you got it. How could Smokey have shit on you? Ripley doesn't know what she's saying. She's in shock. And I have no idea how Anders fits into all this. Kiba's the Mandarin. Exactly. You got it. I don't remember what's been said in story, but yeah, you're back in the zone. You may or may not be right, but it sounds like what you're supposed to know. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's why it's so cool that they got Ben Kingsley to voice it for the animated show. Okay, I don't know that reference. I don't know too much about the Mandarin. Anyways, moving on.
The house that the Countess was briefly residing in.
Briefly.
Count Taigiri?
Tyleri.
Tyleri. Are these... how are these men, the Duke and the Count? What do the people think of them?
The Briarwoods, when they took Whitestone, did not take it alone. They came to this land with a small army of cutthroats, mercenaries, sellswords. They brought over from whichever forsaken land they came from. Each one of those men that proved to be of utmost use to them in that rebellion, they were given...
Okay, the fact that the Chancellor doesn't know that they're from Wildmount just solidifies my theory even more that this was not a Wildmount-led insurrection. The government of Wildmount's probably fine. The fact that this Chancellor man, I feel like over the years there would be representatives from Wildmount. Like, I feel like they would know at some point. So that theory's out in the garbage.
Titles of nobility and homesteads. They were given responsibilities over the land, people beneath them. I only assumed that was part of their payment for their service.
But they're just thugs who were particularly successful.
As far as I know, yes.
Are they supernatural? Are they undead?
Not to my knowledge.
If we were to continue working our way up this totem pole, which of the two is less powerful?
Which of the two is reviled most?
What would start an uprising?
Count Tyleri is known for being quite the sadistic individual, beaten, torturing his servants, sometimes publicly, just to show his hand to those who would cross him. He would definitely be a messenger.
Just really quick, gotta give a little bit of a heart to Travis for that question. That is a great way to ask a DM, hey DM, what do you want me to do next? You know, like, I doubt, like, Travis as a player, and probably the entire table, doesn't really care what order they do them in, right? So asking that sort of question to an NPC about, like, which is the least powerful, or which is the most reviled, like, it gives the DM breathing room to either just make up lore on the spot to match whatever they want you to go to what you asked, or it just allows them to give you a direction in general. The corollary to that is DMs, if you hear your players ask a specific question like that, give them a specific answer. Even if it's not for the exact reason that they said, like even if you say, oh, they're both relatively similarly powered, the people don't like this guy more. Like, give them some differentiator, some easy differentiator to point them in the right direction. Great question on Grog. Great response. Travis. Great response from Matt. And that sort of specificity and, like, essentially telling the DM, like, hey, I'm ready to let you direct me is very good on player part. And sometimes I think it can be too vague. Like, sometimes you can be like, oh, do I see anything? Like, that's the corollary to a DM saying, what do you guys do next? I always, like, in a new situation or at the start of a session, I like to remind the players of the situation, remind them of what they were doing, and present them with either what they were in the process of doing or something to proc action or reaction. Because I think that if you ask those like super vague and open-ended questions, it can lead to almost like choice fatigue. Like it can result to a almost overwhelming sense of openness. Like I don't even know, there's so much that we could do. I don't even know where to begin. So that like kind of narrowing in on both the player and the DM side is great. Now you don't want to, narrow until you're on a tiny little balance beam, but it's really good stuff, especially when you have a generalized plan. I love Travis and Percy's. Yeah. Travis asking a practical question, but in character. Taliesin shifting it back to his character motivations. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000% entered. But that's also good character work. Grog asking, who are we killing next? Yeah, it is showing his motivation of like he's down for the plan, but like they're talking about revolution, and he's like, okay, like yeah, cool. The Briarwoods are doing this thing. The fucking doctor's running away. Of course she is. We're so great. Why wouldn't she run? Who should we go and kill next? It is really bringing him back to kind of his core motivations and his core interests, both as a character and a player. They're amazing. Yeah, taking direction like professional actors. Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to next episode. Fuck yeah. That'll be sick. I'm excited. Analysis paralysis in my critical role? Can't imagine.
I have a plan.
Just call us.
I've got one too. Kill him.
Well, that's part of the plan.
I would warn. The longer we wait making these messages as well, the stronger we build the support of the city, but also the more warning and preparation time we give to those in the castle. So, the choice is yours.
We act now.
Act now?
Yes.
Against the Briarwoods? Today?
No, against
Fucking Travis.
Count Tiberius.
Oh.
Here's my plan.
As the name Taliri catches your ear to memory, if you recall, your captive back at the at Greyskull Keep was previously the owner of the driver of the Briarwoods, Desmond, the one that beat him senseless until eventually
Lord
Lord Briarwood saw this and then took him as his own driver.
Guess we know what we're going.
I'm just a small boy, but we've seen mists at night. Strange things that come out when the sun goes down. Are those focused around a central area of town, or are those everywhere?
The mists are a means of intimidation. It's merely a magical precursor to the undead minions of the Briarwoods. They slink through those mists, use them as cover. If you see it, run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We heard about green fog here. Is that something?
From the castle, yes, there are vents in the garden. What was once the garden. We don't know the nature of these vents or what is being utilized to produce this foul, noxious odor, but it has put a scent on this city for many years.
Would it be what's killing?
Industrial byproduct. Not even going to go into it. Their enchanting, their industry, their progress, Keeper Yemen, is producing toxic industrial byproduct. That's it. Easy explanation. Matt describes the smell. Totally right. Love it.
Do we know what killed the tree?
We know not.
In a new
Keeper Yemen. I don't know. What day is the next stream? Next stream is a full episode Friday. It's this Friday. So 2 days from now. So if you want to know anything about me or my schedule or the content, we have... If I can bring it up without leaking prep for unshots, we have the Megaphone Man world. So this has my general stream schedule on it. Half episodes, Mondays and Wednesdays. Full episodes every other Friday. This will be the first full episode Friday. So if you're ever, like, uncertain as to whether or not that Friday, is off or on, check to see if I did an episode the previous week or not. I actually delayed an episode last week so that we could, like, get on the schedule and get it consistent. So yeah, it'll be this Friday, and then every other Friday beyond that are full episode Fridays. And then half episode Mondays and Wednesdays. So, la. And I see chats. I didn't set a timer. No! Uh, let's see. Keeper Yenin. BEA beautiful. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm excited. The link should be in the video description. Oh, you're so right, AKL. You're so right and true. Unless it already is. I actually can't remember. The greatest failure of the Briarwoods was their elimination of the zoning code. Noxious off-gassing near residents. You're so right. They let the brutes and thugs just build wherever they wanted. How did they not expect that to cause problems? Come on. Oh no, it's only the bingo link. Oh, and the Discord link. Gotcha. I guess the World Anvil link is in the Discord link, but yes, I will definitely link World Anvil in the description because that is very important. So I'll start linking that in the description. Keeper Larkin Poe are a good band. Never heard of it. Keeper Trapper. Wasn't able to make the stream on time today. What did I miss? Is the full ep going to start this Friday or next? Full ep Friday, this Friday, and you missed a lot of conspiracy. I would honestly say, like, you don't have to go back and rewatch all the VODs, but this might be a VOD you have to go back and rewatch because I have an entirely different theory about the entire arc that I did last episode. I had the inklings of it. I had the seeds last episode. But this episode, they have sprouted. I can't see a link to the... Yeah. No, you're right. It's definitely not there. Yeah, I will add that for future streams. That's a really good idea. Okay, let's do it.
Do you know anything about Lady Delilah? What she is?
A highly scientific, not at all scattershot slew of prognostications. Yeah. Not chaotic at all. They all made exact sense, absolute sense. I have evidence. I have proof about what I say. You did call Cassandra being alive, then forgot about your prediction. Yeah, that's the great part about me predicting things is I need to start predicting things for like 50 episodes in the future again. Like 30 eps in the future. Just like, yeah, I actually think that when Grog someday goes back to his tribe, he's going to have to fight and kill his brother. And he's going to go into it thinking that he's like super down with it. This is the way of the Goliaths. Like, you fight and kill your brothers. I don't know. And then when he actually gets into it and he's holding the blade over his throat, he can't fucking do it. He's been driven soft by the lowlanders. And now his brother, I spit in your general direction, Grog. You have become a wick Goliath with the lowlanders. You have become head-sick, air-sick lowlanders. You are no longer welcome in the Goliath tribe because you would not kill me. I don't know why he's French, but all the Goliaths are French now, and it's canon. And that's canon, and it's canon. I just gotta start throwing out those crazy conspiracies just to try and bink another one. Perfect episode for the first full episode Friday. Fuck yeah, that's so sick. Dope. All right, stole my comment. Okay, mark this down. Prediction. Nobody tell him. Down to the detail of the French accent. How does he do it? How did I know that the Goliaths would all be French? Horn-eater Goliaths? Exactly. And before you start making accurate C2 predictions. Dude, if I started accurately predicting C2, people would just be like, that's not even funny, you're just pre-watching. Like, there's no way I could predict anything from C2. Maybe I could start predicting, like, historical stuff. I might actually be able to predict some Calamity shit, especially with this Ziggurat stuff. Because I'm assuming that the Calamity is a prequel. I think so. I think I actually know that. I don't even think that's, like, a me assuming thing. I think I know that Calamity's a prequel. So, like, knowing that, everything I learn here I could use to predict Calamity. We'll start doing that. Nobody tell him that the Goliaths are French. I'm pretty sure we've had a couple of excellent Campaign 3 predictions. I just realized what the next step is. Goliath? Mark, you son of a bitch, you did it. What class do you think Travis will pick next? Ooh, honestly, it depends on if Xanathar's was out or not. Because my big read is that Travis will not play another dumb meathead. My big read is that he will play like a bounty hunter or like Sherlock Holmes, like an investigatory type. So I'm thinking if Xanathar's is out, I think he might play Inquisitive Rogue, is my big read. Otherwise, I think he's still going to play a Marshal. I don't think he'll fuck around with spellcasters. So if he's not an Inquisitive, maybe like a Paladin? But like a bounty hunter Paladin. Of like, you know, I go and hunt people like evildoers down. So he still has that investigatory feel. I don't know why. Maybe it's literally because we're talking about Grog in reference to perception versus investigation. But that's my big read for Travis, is that if the Inquisitive Rogue is out, he will play Inquisitive Rogue. If it's not out, he will play something in that vein. Big read. Would it be spoilers to confirm? Yeah, don't confirm it. Don't confirm it because I might change my mind at some point. So don't. The only thing that you can totally confirm is like that is definitely spoilers, but like I kind of want to know is like Horn of Orcus stuff. So when we got past Vasselheim and like I knew that there was like, you know, the second Horn of Orcus was still out there. I like, you know, people kind of asked me like, hey, there's kind of a spoiler around that, but like you might want to know it anyways. And it was that, you know, the Horns of Orcus never come up again ever. And I do want to know those kinds of spoilers because if I had still thought that there was a possibility that the Horn was coming back up, I would probably waste a bunch of like predictive energy working that into my predictions. And then I'm just like less likely to be right, which like I don't care actually about being right, but like when I'm closer, I do think it's more interesting. So I'd rather have more ability to be closer if something's like never going to come up again. You know what I'm saying? So those are the types of things that are chill. I can follow the logic kind of, can confirm it's a Horde. I meant would it be spoilers to confirm if Calamity is a prequel? Oh! I mean, I guess technically, I don't really, that like degree, I don't really care. You can confirm if it's a spoiler or not. I don't care. There are some that are on the line like that where it's like, okay, like I guess that is a spoiler, but I don't really care about that level. That's not like, I don't think I'm going to get into that session or that episode and be like, oh, it's a prequel. And it being a prequel doesn't give me enough information, but it gives me just that smidgen to where I could accidentally big something about it, which I think is really funny. Yeah, let's not tell him, it's more fun. That feels like it's not a spoiler because it's assumed that you know that going into the first episode, whether or not that is. Yeah. I mean, that's so far off in the future. We can address that shit later, you know.
A few times she's walked this city, it's been a procession of power. She seems to enjoy the attention. She's a vain one, that one.
Who's this?
Lady Delilah. Does she come out during the day?
She hasn't in almost a year. But she has before, yes. She walks in the sun, unlike her husband.
Unlike her husband?
Yes.
That's okay. That's kind of interesting. She hasn't come out in almost a year, but she was definitely in Amon. So either Archibald is lying, ignorant. He's lying or ignorant because we know that that's not true. Or that wasn't Lady Briarwood. But I don't think option 3 is correct. I'm pretty sure that the Lady Briarwood in Amon was indeed Lady Briarwood. So Archibald is either lying or ignorant. I'm going to assume ignorance for now and that maybe the Briarwoods like snuck out somehow. But that's an interesting little tidbit. And that also could just be DM fuck up. you know, it happens. But also very interesting. Sounds like I'm fairly certain that we know she is a vampire. Like, I think she's flashed her fangs, but we also know that she's like a wizard or a sorcerer or some sort of full caster. So that sort of implies that they do know how to upgrade. It sounds like she's a vampire version 2 and he's still a vampire version 1. So that would further imply maybe there was a ziggurat like out in Wildmount, and that's how she got upgraded. And they came to Whitestone to get his ziggurat to absorb some power and upgrade him. It's potentially possible. But maybe it was sealed up tighter. Like, obviously the ziggurat in Vasselheim would have been a fucking breeze to go down. If you're two powerful individuals and you could take on the Sphinx, you could fucking kill that and absorb it all day long. There was barely any resistance. But maybe that's what they were expecting with Whitestone. Maybe they like found out about the ziggurat. They thought they could just like roll up, take Smokey, bounce or, do whatever they were going to do. But then they got there, and it turned out to be harder than they had originally anticipated. Like, the Durolos locked it up a lot tighter than originally was thought. I don't know. That's interesting. She took a carriage to Amon. I took Archibald's word right now to be like she hasn't left the house. But
Does she come out during the day?
She hasn't in almost a year.
He said come out during. I mean, I guess you're right. She rode in a carriage, so it could also there is a fourth option of me misinterpreting. That to me feels like she has not left the castle in during daylight in almost a year. Also, to be fair, she could have left during the night in a carriage, because I don't know how far Amon is away, but they got there right at dusk. So I kind of assume she could have left at dawn. She could have left at dawn, so she still hasn't been outside. That's possible. I mean, that's possible. That's possible. He might just be talking about day and night. Doesn't come out on the streets of Whitestone. Also, yeah. Browoods arrived in Amon. Yeah, I kind of assumed that they'd come out during the day, but I don't know the exact travel time. So it's possible that they left before daylight, traveled during daylight, and arrived at dusk. Wait, what's the difference between level 1 and 2 vampires again? Well, I'm thinking that I'm making that up, to be clear. Level 1 and 2 vampires are not a thing. I'm fully making that up. But that's my way of saying that, like, they're powering themselves up with some custom homebrew magic shit. Been through more milestones. My theory is that Lady Briarwood is powered up by something because she can go out during the day and she has magic. Maybe from the same source. Whereas Lord Briarwood seemed just kind of generally weaker. So I'm thinking that she got her power and now they are here in Whitestone to get him at least the same or similar power. But it's proving much more difficult than they originally anticipated. The female of the species is more deadly. Also very possible. Very, very possible. I thought there was Lord. No. You're good, Remy. Yeah, no. I'm using that as like as just like a term to describe my conspiracy theories. Yeah, very interesting. Okay.
But she has before, yes. She walks in the sun.
Walks in the sun. Because that's big.
Yes.
I don't think she's a vampire.
I don't think she's a vampire.
I think she's a bitch.
Oh, I thought she'd flashed her fangs. Okay, she also just might not be a vampire. I totally thought she had flashed her fangs, but I didn't know.
What do you think of a distraction?
What kind of distraction?
What if there was a way to start ruckus at the Vagmire estate? Start a fire, maybe. Start ruckus of some kind.
The Megmire estate?
The third house.
The Dukes.
The Dukes.
Okay, yes.
They're going to be waiting and expecting us, so if they think we're attacking one of the houses and then instead we attack the other while everyone's rushing to deal with what they think is the next attack.
I like it.
We attack the second home, and then when they prepare for us to attack the third home, that's when we attack the castle.
Okay. I like it.
Oh.
All right. Which one of us
Wait,
goes?
you want to go bam, bam, bam?
No.
Today, it's just one. We drop one, We've already dropped one.
The next attack will be on the Briar.
Next attack.
Oh,
Well, then
he's
today's
saying
attack will be
create a distraction.
So make a big stink on the house we're not going into.
Yes.
That I'm cool with. Percy, how much do you want people to see the Dorello family crest? How much do you want people to know of your presence here? Do you want a big proclamation?
Yes.
Because I might have that.
Will it put my sister in danger?
It's hard to say.
They don't know that I know she's alive. Would perhaps keep her just to surprise me.
That symbol is not the Dorello family seal, is it? It's modified.
It's
It's pretty
a
iconic.
part of it. It definitely.
Yeah.
It is known.
I want them to know.
It is known.
It's a tough,
They need to know.
It's a tough decision. The symbol does carry the weight of the people. It does carry a beacon of hope. But it, as you said, may put your sister in danger. It's hard to say. The choice is yours on how you wish to use it.
Yes.
Yes. Because I learned a trick back in the day from my father and the Arashari people, and we used to do it just as kids for fun. But it might be perfect in this circumstance.
I did it a little in college. It's fun.
The wand in your.
Is dual wielding. I can skywrite for you.
That sounds festive.
I love Skywrite.
Like a giant sparkler.
Kind of, yeah. You know, in the future, they came up with these awesome things called.
Nope.
Nope. Like Skywrite with clouds,
Yeah, like
fire,
skywriting with clouds.
birds.
Oh,
Like you
Like
can
a fog.
you control the clouds.
I can.
You can actually make letters out of them.
Yeah.
that's crazy
I
talk.
can draw in clouds.
Can you
Draw- like
clear
draw in
out
skywriting.
clouds then? If you can do that, can you make these grey clouds go away?
Do we want the great clouds to go away?
Well, sunlight would be nice as opposed to this misty sort of fog.
That's a good point.
Maybe temporarily.
Yeah,
I think
controlling
so.
weather on that scope is
It's-
a little
yeah,
beyond
it's
your
big.
grasp. You can alter elements of it, and like you could darken elements of the clouds to form a message or a symbol if you were like, but actually removing the clouds, so there would be.
Right.
Can you
Yeah.
poke a hole in them?
Temporarily. Yeah.
We'll remember that.
Temporarily.
Let's go pick a
Long
fight
enough
with
to
the
poke
house.
a hole, but I mean.
From a distance, so that we can get to. Pick a fight with the house from a distance. We can get to the other house and pick a fight.
Is there just one of us who can make a big stink at the decoy house?
I can probably make a big stink.
Or
You can
Bex.
definitely make a big
You
stink.
can catch up
You're
from those
ranged.
little doorways.
I could. Oh, you know
Split the
what?
Please,
party.
it's big for me.
How about this? I use one of my exploding arrows you gave me.
Oh, those are so cool. Save those for a person.
But it's a good ranged stink.
Can you? Is
great
there like a
range
big?
stink.
well,
I've got magic missiles. I've got all sorts of shit. I can do stinking clouds. I can make them see things. I can blow open their doors. I can do it. You guys go
But
have
you
fun.
can also do this from a distance, and we can get you as far away as so you can do both.
I'll
we
start
just-
on the distraction. You guys go start fucking
And I'm
shit
going
up.
to give you a second arrow as well.
Of what?
The arrow?
Okay.
What is it?
It's a question mark.
It's
arrow?
It's an arrow?
Mystery.
yeah. Write down arrow with a question mark. It looks heavily tinkered. It's a little front.
I have no
front-loaded
idea
with
what it
weight.
does.
You know what it will do to
Yeah.
the roof if it works. Okay, cool.
It's a kill trinket arrow.
Oh man, you know what I forgot? Okay, cool.
Yes. What?
Yep. No. Just.
Just don't. I have thoughts.
Cool.
and I
Have thoughts. Keep them going.
Arrow.
Arrow.
All right.
I'm
Can we
remembering.
do something now, please?
All right. Let's do it.
I'll
you
head
want me
over
to-
to the other house. Show me on the map where it is, so I know where I'm going.
What time is it?
By this point in the day, it's probably around 3 in the afternoon.
So we got to do this now.
Do you want me? When do you want the symbol to go up?
Once, actually, we may not need it yet. That may actually work out well once we've.
Lit the houses up?
Once it's up, can you actually write it in smoke coming off the house?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
I
that would
could.
be just fine.
Yes,
The crack
I
of
could.
thunder, rainfall begins to hit on the city set.
Oh shit.
Really?
Of course.
Why is it raining again?
Because it's this fucking town. It's fucked. No offense. It won't be fucked.
I mean that is both fair, but I would also caveat that Ed Turdmans with I think that any actual play to a degree is a misrepresentation of D&D. Now, we can certainly, argue degrees of that, and I do think that a cut down is just kind of an inherent misrepresentation of what the thing was. If you watch one of my critical eye patches, you're going to get a very different experience than you get on stream. We're cutting out all the technical difficulties, all that bullshit. So yeah, I don't disagree with you that it is more of a misrepresentation at least. But yeah, I think it's in that's very, very different strokes for different folks. I think it's why some people like watching streams, or at least the VODs of streams, as opposed to cut downs. Cause I like watching VODs, but I normally only watch VODs if I don't think they're gonna get turned into a cut down later from creators that I like. I would rather watch cut downs. So I think there definitely is something there's definitely something very different about it from the from the core thing. Absolutely no question. Man, I'm just happy the banner carriers have kept it more pure. That's fair. That's fair. More true to form. You're getting a lot more of the flaws and downsides of like playing and participating in the activity. Like if someone watches Dimension 20 versus Critical Role, like if they have an expectation that their D&D table is going to be like Dimension 20, or if they have versus like it's going to be like Critical Role, they're probably going to be more disappointed. Like reality will be more different if they think it's going to be like D20. So I totally get what you're saying. Dim 20 is a lot more produced. Yeah, exactly. Which like makes it a consumable product, a more consumable product. But definitely removes a lot of the context around what playing actual D&D is like, because the actual D&D is not produced. I enjoy their banter too much that I'd worry I'd be devastated if it ever got heavily edited or cut out. Wasn't that a big drama mama thing when they started pre-recording again instead of, or not again, but when because I might be wrong about this. I feel like Mike might have mentioned it during our conversation that like C3 is pre-recorded, and that was like a big drama thing, and people were like worried that it was going to lose the magic. Because it was pre-recorded, but then they ended up like keeping most of the stuff in there and like only editing out like breaks and shit, right? I love D22, of course. Oh yeah. I'm sure like a lot of APs like both of them. I'd watch Brendan Mulligan stare into the camera and say nothing at this point. Fair enough. It's probably gonna be like D&D with high schoolers. Yeah, during COVID they started that, and yeah, there was some drama about it. They went to pre-recording mid-2020 after a hiatus. It's always been live to tape, never edited. Oh, interesting. So they don't even edit it anymore. Wow. So then, yeah, really, who cares? As far as they claimed though, even though C3 is pre-recorded, the gameplay itself is not edited at all. And I mean, I feel like you would be able to tell pretty easily. Like, I feel like if there's, like, a question, if people are like, I don't know, I feel like it's probably not. Because that'd be hard to, like, do. And, like, I don't know, why would you want to? Especially when, like, the current format is so successful. It's legit the same as always, never edited or anything. All right, cool. But, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's very... The entire AP world is very interesting to me because I'm so removed from it. Of like, I know a lot of the names, and I know Brendan Lee Mulligan because I've watched Dropout. Like, I've watched a bunch of Game Changer and Actually, so I know Brennan. But I've seen like 5 episodes, somewhere between 2 and 5, of Fantasy High, and so I've seen very little of his actual DMing prowess. So it's very interesting. Like you know. Hearing about all the things like what people do and don't like, because actual plays are incredibly interesting for me on stream, but I wouldn't watch them in my free time. I've tried. And it just doesn't. APs in general just don't hook me. Just as like a product to like chill out and relax. So it's super, super interesting. They've ignored chat since early C1. Yeah, so it's like if you're ignoring chat, like there is a certain magic to live, and like there's a certain magic to everyone watching it together. I wonder if they do premieres. That would be a good middle ground potentially, unless they don't want a chat to exist. Anyways, the only thing I've seen is edits in the ads. Oh yeah. Also, they were in chat occasionally during the airings, so it had an upside. Yeah. I vaguely recall some fan drama, but they don't edit in-game stuff at all. The most I've seen is they put Sam's face over a math rock they weren't supposed to show yet, which is a nice thing about pre-recording it. Like, that's why I think that streamers get into, like, more drama and more, maybe not problematic stuff. But, like, I think more often fans get more mad at streamers because you are on, and like streamers make more mistakes than like pre-recorded creators because you are just on for so long and you don't have the chance to like edit stuff out. Like, I'm going to go back in this episode and add it out when I flash my WhatsApp screen. Not because there's really anything in there, but because, like, there's enough there to where it's like, if I had flashed a bunch of other stuff, like I inevitably will, streaming, and a bunch of people had clipped it, internet historians or internet sleuths, I should say, could probably dox me. And, like, I think that's just, like, something that I have come to terms with will inevitably happen because I'm never going to give up streaming. I like it so much more than pre-recording. But that is something that going to pre-recorded, especially if you, like, if the live format isn't important to you, yeah, like go to pre-recorded. Like, just go no edit, pre-recorded, just raw post it, and then you can bleep things out, you can cover things. Like, there's a ton of things you can do just to keep your actors more safe, just in general. Yeah. Anyways, though some people are still out there saying it's all scripted, I would never. I've seen that like levied at CR. I do not think, like putting aside anything else, like if we're talking about like a literal script, like word for word, I actually think it's impossible for them to every single week get in front of like a live audience and just fucking roll that shit, roll their lines with no fuck ups. Like, I don't think that's possible. Now, it being bullet pointed, I still don't think that is the case. And the reason I don't think that's the case, I'll tell you straight up. I couldn't script my streams. If I scripted my streams, even on bullet points, I think I talked about this last stream. If I scripted my stream, it would be worse. It is so much better because it's not scripted. I am trash at reading scripts or trying to stay on bullet, like, I don't know. And I think that at this point, they're all trained enough to, like, follow hooks that Matt gives them, and that's all you fucking need. You don't need to script it if you're willing to yes and. Like, just that's all you need. That's all you need to, like, make a successful thing is just to know how to yes and to be comfortable with that. And I think scripting would make it worse. They didn't edit out when Matt forgot a mini. Oh, yeah, totally. What up, Beck Liz? I don't think I reckon it. I would imagine the same people want to suggest the actual show. Yeah. Yeah, it was just going to say some of the ads are edited, but even there, mostly not. Yeah, which is cool, especially if, like, you know, if they're pre-recording or they're batch recording, or maybe they don't have the ad deals done yet, and, like, you know, maybe they don't know which advertiser they're going to slot into which episode. Like, yeah, that totally makes sense. It's so they can put accidental spoilers. Yep. Yeah, 1,000%. Oh yeah, we can't just use Quiddle's name, can we? Or at least we shouldn't. Clearly it's all scripted because D&D games can't be good. Yeah, especially if you have 7 professional actors. Yeah, come on. Wheezing with laughter, Carbon dating things with Tal's hair state is a legit method. That's so funny, dude. Our best guess currently, based on highly scientific Talison's hair carbon dating method, is that they try to be 2 eps ahead, still do film once a week, rarely more than 5 weeks ahead. That's so fucking funny. Oh, dude, that's so funny. Oh, anyways, you're right, we shouldn't use the name of future guests. I'm not going to look into it, but yeah, probably avoid it, but in case I do happen to know one, but, like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Super Geek Mike made a great video called Is Critical Role Scripted? That is pretty thoroughly debunks that rumor. Hell yeah. Well, and Mike has worked in, like, the entertainment industry, like, has been in an actual play. He has way more grounds to talk about that than me. I'm a stupid stream head that personally would find scripting that to be way more work and worse. So for me, it is harder to think about it being scripted. than it is to think about it being off the cuff. Funny when what gets considered evidence for that scripted claim as well, the notes that Matt uses behind the DM screen are thought to be script pages instead of the very common practice of DM notes. What the fuck is that even about? As a low prep improv DM, I have pages and pages. I have an entire compendium behind me. I probably have more notes than Matt does because I make all of my stuff able to be slotted in everywhere. I have to have a whole compendium of all of it at all times. So, like, yeah, that's just ridiculous. I love C3, but if it were scripted, it would be a lot better paced. Lol. Hold the line. As a script editor, I can confirm it's not scripted. There's 1,000 episodes named Robbie. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The only thing scripted is Sam's ads, barely. Anyways, yeah.
Soon.
So that would be greatly appreciated.
So the northern house or the western house?
The northern house is the one that Count Tyleri currently resides in.
Gotcha.
Oh no, my apologies. The northern house is the one that Duke Goran Vedmire currently exists in. The other is Count Tyleri.
So this is the mess and this is our actual.
I'm the mess.
You're the mess, always.
All right. So you'll earphone me when you're in position. Let's go quickly. We're burning daylight.
So probably from about here.
I'm going with Scanlan.
What?
No, go with us.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that hissing was on their end. I was like, wait, did I fuck up something with my mic? Okay.
If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. I don't need help. And
I wasn't trying to help you. I was
they
trying
need
to
magic.
write. I was trying to write the Dorolo symbol in smoke. I don't.
No,
I don't.
no,
I don't-
no, no,
It's on the other house.
Other
It's
house?
by
Yeah.
sight-based.
They need you.
See smoke.
You're
He's got
magic.
dimension
You're
door.
magic.
It is
No
like-
knocks against you. He's going to catch up quickly.
The range is sight.
And if I die, tell Pike I love her.
The range is sight.
The range is sight.
You won't die.
So
Sam.
the minute that you
Wow.
start
Might.
seeing commotion, just put it over.
I've never seen that before.
I'm a little wee man.
All right, I'm going with that.
You're a little boy.
All right, so you
Little
guys.
wee man.
So we're making very reasonable
Man,
plans
the closest Scanlan has gotten to being emotionally vulnerable. Damn.
with this.
All right, have you put your hat back on?
I have put my hat back on.
Okay,
Yes.
yes, because you are very much visibly fursuit.
Not anymore. I'm not.
All right, so you both, you groups divide. Scanlan heading towards the northeastern house.
Oh, it's the rain effect? Dude, it sounds like fucking Folly rain. It sounds like someone rolling beads across a fucking through a drain pipe. That's crazy.
House. The rest of you heading towards the northwestern house.
Or like static.
Eventually, you get to the outskirts of both abodes, and you can see
kinda
the
hear
dark
it
clouds in
now.
the sky, occasional claps of thunder and flashes of light. It's
It is probably Folly. That's fair. It probably is Folly. It's just worse Folly. Scanlan's coming scene is what converted me from interested in the show to locked in. Oh, fuck yeah. Sounds like PVC foam being scratched. 1,000%. Yeah, I can see that.
even though it's midday, it's pretty dark right now, and the few folks that are out and about have their heads covered with hoods and they're trying to stay under overhangs to stay nice and at least dry as they can. You are all soaked to the bone at this point, just pushing through. Your cough is still setting in pretty heavily at this point too. You guys make your way to the outskirts of the home. You, Scanlan, skipping along, the boy that you are with your one weird wandering eye. Find your way to the other abode. So, what's the plan?
How far is the gate from the front door?
It's about, I'd say, 30 feet. And the house that you're looking at right now, it's very, very well crafted. Looks like it's made from a lot of the fine timber of white stone. The lighter woods and dark woods kind of contrast with each other, stained
And the
to show the variation
briar
of the two. It's a very beautiful home.
Okay. Any guards? Anything around?
Currently, you can see there is one guard visible at the front. That's all you can see at the moment.
And if I walk around back, is there any guards around back?
There is a second guard in back that is just now stepping out of an outhouse that is situated behind the building.
That would excite you. I don't know why.
Sure. Because they haven't phoned me to tell me that we're ready to go, I will just become a dragonfly and just buzz into the dwelling.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the twins are looking at our home, sizing it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Keeping a close eye. Through the dark rainy atmosphere, you can see on both homes, the interiors are slightly lit. There appears to be individuals at home, at least at both homes. You just can't see who it is necessarily. There is light in the interior. As you turn into a fly and make your way, so the boy just walks in.
Isn't the term folly? Oh, foley? I might have been mispronouncing it. I was, folly. I don't know how you say it. Matt can't make it rain, guys. The DM can do anything. At the table, only Tal has that ability. You just can't make it smell like rain. You're so true. You're so accurate. You're so based.
Go make a stealth check.
10.
Okay. you turn to a fly, make your way through the bars, zooming in over the yard with your 1/20th of a hit point in fly form.
Oh no.
Make your way towards any of the nearby windows. All seem to be shut. The front door is closed. There might be a gap, but the guard is standing in front of the door.
Okay. I'll just, again, they haven't phoned me, so I'll just perch on, like, the handrail or door frame or something just above him and just kind of wait.
Okay. He takes notice of your buzzing as you go by and kind of goes back to just watching. The rest of you guys?
Sizing up the other home.
You know, this is maybe a bit mean. This is potentially a bit of like a rude boy mega DM sort of deal. But I think I would rule that the earring doesn't work while he's polymorphed. Right? Because, like, let's say it was Vax that was polymorphed. I would rule that he can't click his boots while he's polymorphed, right? I would rule that even like a passive one, I would argue that the Cloak of Elvenkind doesn't continue to function while you're polymorphed. So unless his fly is carrying and being pierced by the earring, I don't know that I'd allow it. That's raw? Is that raw? I think I'd allow passive. Oh, whoops.
Oh, how about
Bray, I can't with the mustache. Do you know humans are super sensitive to the smell of petrichor? That after rain smell. I did know that. Humans can smell rain from like miles and miles away. I did know that. I think I'd allow passives. Oh. It's hard because in my gut, right? We've talked about how I try to be mega consistent about my rulings, and like that is one of like the core tenets of my style, is that I want you to know what to expect unless I am actively subverting you, and you should know it's a subversion just based on the fact that it's like not that it's something that is being inconsistent. So in my head, there are some passives that seem okay, and there are some that don't. Like I really like Cloak of Elvenkind. I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, I wouldn't allow that. Or like an Ion Stone or the Concentration Circlet. It's like, I don't know. I don't think I'd allow those while polymorphed. Unless you polymorphed into something and chose not to polymorph your equipment, because that, I believe, is an ability with polymorph. I know it's an ability with wild shape. And then you wore those in your polymorphed form. I'd allow that. But yeah, for me, if I was making a ruling, I would say, it's got to be all of the passives or none of them, because I want my players to be very, for it to be very consistent for them. And so I'd probably say none of them. I think that I can't quite make it make sense in my head, at least for some. But what if it's the attunement that keeps the psychic link together? If one of my players brought that up, I could maybe bend on, okay, passives that are attuned keep working, but I don't like working in that exception. I don't know. That makes the ruling a bit too complex. I'd rather it be simpler and a little bit more restrictive. Not that I would prefer it being more restrictive, but just that I would prefer it to be simpler. Yeah, technically it's raw. I'd be so curious to see that ruling. If someone else used the message spell on someone who's polymorphed, I think that would work. But the thing with the earrings, is it they have to have one in to receive the message. That's the problem. If it was just a magic item, if you were just holding a box and the box allowed you to send message at will, then I think we're fine. You could message someone that's polymorphed. But if the magic item is required to receive the message, I don't think you can receive the message when you're polymorphed, because I don't think it's there anymore. I think I read somewhere that we are better at smelling petrichor than sharks smelling blood. Fuck yeah. Yeah. You know what? You're not just valid, but correct. Let's go. Is a gemmed and enchanted item that delivers and receives message spells to and from the other connected earrings. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, it goes to, oh! So that is actually interesting. I didn't even think about that. It's not to the entity, it's to the literal earring. So it's like they have a fucking earbud in. It's not even as psychic as the actual spell. That's fair. I didn't even think about that. The earring isn't even a passive, it's a receiver. It's a receiver and a transmitter. Like the receiver and transmitter are built into the same device, I think. Like a walkie-talkie. Within 500 feet, the wearer must activate the earring. Oh! The wearer must activate by touching it. No activation is necessary to receive. Gotcha. Isn't message mental, not spoken? Message does have a verbal component that is just inaudible, I think. I know it literally says you have to whisper the message, but only the person that you're whispering to can hear you. So I don't know if that technically counts as a verbal component. I'd have to check. According to Crit Roll Wiki on the fandom, real card might say otherwise. Yeah, true. And they're not attunement per wiki. If it was my item, I'd make it passive and not require activation touch. Yeah, me too, probably. For the polymorph spell, the target's gear melds into the new form. The creature cannot activate, use, wield, or otherwise benefit from any of its equipment. So there you go. I mean, yeah, and I will say, this is a great example of what I like. Let's talk through this a little bit. If I'm at the table and one of my players does this, I'm kind of stopping him going, I don't know if you can use that passive while you're in polymorph. And they're like, really? I thought you could. I thought that was raw. And I'd be like, let's say you can't for now. And if you can, and it would have been plot significant, I will reward you, and we'll talk about it after the session. And then we'd move on. And like my table is cool with that. Like we make a ruling, we stick with it for now, and then afterwards, we take a note and we go and like look up the spell or we look up the thing. Now for a spell that's that obvious, we might realize it in the moment when the person rereads their spell. But for more complex rulings that we might have to look up sage advice or we might have to, look into the PHB or the DMG, that's kind of the cadence of how my sessions go. Is like, guys, I want to keep it consistent. This is the ruling I'm going with right now. Let's look it up after the session. And then we go on. And I have been wrong before. I've been wrong, and it has been plot significant before. And I have rewarded them for being wrong with like easier stuff later. Or some other sort of benefit. Because I want to talk about it and like make sure that everything's consistent and that we're doing it all right. But I also want to, keep the pace up. Runs it as spoken than mental. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I was thinking about raw but fair. The key for me is the wearer must activate by touch. You can't use it. Well, you definitely can't use it. I was thinking, the fact that you can't benefit from it, in my head, means that the receiver on the other end would not be able to receive anything because they can't benefit from that equipment in any way. That was the takeaway for me. I've been convinced it shouldn't work while I'm polymorphed, and I want to make it clear that is not the point. Like, I'm glad. I'm glad we're all on the same page. But I think this is a good example of, like, if this was in the session, I would not have gone on this whole roundabout tangent. I wouldn't have tried to look it up. I would have just been like, this is the ruling. Again, for a quicker one, I might have looked up the spell description, and if the spell description was still vague, then I would have just been like, all right, the spell description doesn't really say. Let's run it like this. Are we all cool with that? And then we'll talk about it after session. And my players are 95% of the time cool with that. And I do the opposite sometimes, where like I say, I don't think that's how it works. they say it is or they think it is, and sometimes we go with their thing and then we look it up afterward. That's just it taking it out of session is a huge preference of mine. And I think it's for the better. Earrings are pre-streamed items made by Tiberius, so Pathfinder homebrew. That is also true. There's a lot of homebrew at play here. Again, I try to keep things as consistent as possible. So, talking about like, is it a passive? Is it an active? What do you need for it? Try to categorize it where I can, and then apply my past rulings to it. Past rulings. Basically, telepathic bond is better than magic walkie-talkies. But yeah. The ghost of Draconia. I really forgot just how powerful those earrings were and how often they were used. They are what I would call a communication hack. They're really common in like high fantasy media, where it is sometimes inconvenient. It is inconvenient, and a lot of times, like, it is inconvenient in a not fun way if players have a hard time communicating between each other consistently. Now, super depends on the type of campaign that you're running as to the balance of inconvenience to cool. Because I am a big believer that sometimes it is very cool for them not to be able to communicate to each other. I think that's very interesting and can lead to a very unique type of drama. But how interesting that is very campaign dependent. And this isn't even me being like, depends on your table. This is like, it would be different in every single campaign I've ever run as to how interesting them not being able to talk to each other would be. I can think of 2 campaigns where it would have been really lame if they could talk to each other all the time. Like, I really played on a lack of communication, and that was like inciting for a lot of the drama and a lot of the puzzles, and like that was like a core thing there. And 2 of my other campaigns where I never played on that. Like, I never played on the lack of communication as drama. So in those types of campaigns, it's kind of easier to just get rid of the inconvenience of the players not being able to talk to each other telepathically so that they can just share information and marry up meta player knowledge with in-game character knowledge, right? That's like a way of like bridging the meta gap. And so it really depends on the tone of your table. Or not the tone of your table, the tone of the campaign, I think. They're the kind of thing you give away to new players so they don't feel too stymied. Let them have their table talk. We can be more pedantic when they get hooked. 1,000%. I think it's totally fair how Matt ruled it in the moment, but yeah, it wouldn't work raw. Totally. I think this is one of those things where, like, I had to stop and think about it. If I ever have to stop and think about a ruling, whichever side you land on is fine. If I'm not, like, insta rule, then it's probably fine either way, and I was just thinking about like how I would do it. Yeah, they're basically more usable but shorter range version of the official sending stone. Yeah, exactly. My players have gotten very into walking themselves into terrible situations, so I think they'd be stoked to find out they misread the item. Yeah, probably. But I've also handed them items to smooth out things that they didn't seem to enjoy. I mean, yeah, this is the same type of item. These sending or message earrings are the same type of item as Vax's belt, right? His blink belt that brings things back, exact same type of item. They are items that facilitate a certain style of play. They are incredibly powerful. Like, those 2 items are both, or, collection of items, are incredibly powerful if they are used in a context where they are powerful. Outside of that context, they just enable a certain style of play that the players want and that the campaign benefits from. Right? Like, the campaign is cooler because Vax has his blink belt, and his blink belt, even though it is very powerful, is not making him more powerful than all of the other characters at the table and giving bad vibes, you know? I never considered giving out an item like them, even when I've been a little heavy on magic items, and my players haven't even asked. They usually stick together. Campaign, table type, yeah. Com hacks can be nice because they cut out some metagaming by cutting disparity on info, but sometimes you don't want that. It totally depends on your arc. Sometimes a com hack makes the arc more interesting, and sometimes it absolutely destroys the interesting part. You know? Also, one of my people is playing a mystic, so I wouldn't want to undercut one of their core functions as a psychic relay. I always try to think about, I've said this before, I always try to think about that with homebrew. And I mentioned it at one point with, like, I don't use the potions rule because it steps on thief. And someone, like, the potions as a bonus action, homebrew rule, because it steps on one of thief's abilities. And someone very rightly pointed out, hey, you don't have a thief rogue at every table. And I'm like, that's fair. If I did have a thief rogue, I definitely wouldn't use the potion homebrew or the potion bonus action rule. So I think Erdturd Mons, you're thinking in exactly the right direction. Does this homebrew undercut one of my players' strengths? And if you still want to introduce it, that is okay. You just need to have like a conversation with them about it of like, hey, do you think that this is worth it? Because it undercuts one of your abilities. And if they're cool with it, then, you know, you can go forward under the, you know, understanding that like they might change their mind later once you really get into it. Respect the alpha timer. Look, it's not 15 minutes anymore. And I'm pretty sure we're really close to the end of the episode, so I'm not too worried. Off topic, but movie/TV now needs to have people wearing larger than real earpieces for comms. Actual tradecraft earpieces are virtually imperceptible visually, but audiences then think it's fake. Yeah. It's like, oh God, what's another performative thing like that that's totally fake? There are several things like that where, yeah, you have to overdo something in order for it to like register as real to the audience. I'm trying to think of another one. There are several things like that. But I can't think of them off the top of my head. Yeah, like that one ex-CIA director talks about how they put an induction loop around the neck, that wired to a small speaker, and that was decades ago. Oh my God, dude. You wanna hear some shit. So this was when I was in college. I was in Air Force ROTC, and I was going to be a drone pilot. And I went on a base visit. We went to Offutt Air Force Base, which is the Air Force Institute of Technology. And they showed us some stuff that they had developed, I want to say it was 15 years ago, maybe 20. So they showed us some stuff that was way, way behind, you know. Like, at least bare minimum 10 years. I want to say 15 or 20 years. And when I went on that airbase visit was 6 years ago. So we're talking about old ass technology. I remember they showed us this remote controlled car, like literally remote controlled. It looked like a big RC car, and it had this pylon in the middle of it. It looked like a steel or like aluminum pylon, and it was steel. And the top of the RC car was armored. So it had these big steel plates on the top of it. And they asked us to guess what it did. No one got it right. And they said, this is a Humvee flipper. They go, this, and it was light enough to where we could all easily hold it. Like it was not insignificantly heavy, but it was easily carryable. Maybe 20 pounds. And they said, this thing can go 50 miles an hour. And what we do is, as a Humvee or an armored vehicle of some kind is driving past, we drive it out of the brush. Again, it goes 50 miles an hour. And it goes underneath the Humvee or the armored vehicle. And the pylon slams into the ground with the force of a dynamite explosion. the entire body of the RC car slams into the Humvee, and it's the armored plate on top that's slamming in, and will flip a Humvee. Like 100% success rate if you get it under. Just easy. Like that. And they're like, this costs us a couple of $1,000. And it can completely overturn a tens of or hundreds of thousands cost vehicle. So yeah, man. I mean, tech's fucking crazy. Tech is very, very crazy. Yeah, what like the CIA and the military have, it's nuts. Respect all timers, rat. No, I will not. Long tangent. This has been a long tangent. You got to recognize the timer. There's one with all this. In Ocean's 11, they had to slow down Matt Damon pickpocket scene. Yes. I think this is one of the things I was thinking of like, yeah, you have to slow down pickpocketing and like make it really terrible in order for it to even register on camera. Even if you go in slow-mo. I've seen like some shorts from some guys that like record magic tricks in slow-mo. So much fun. Anyways, so that is my not insider, but you know, some inside baseball on how crazy tech has gotten. You're not about to leak some national DARPA secrets yet? No. I had to have approval to go on that base, but at that point I did not have any sort of clearances. I think I maybe had secret at that point, but I don't even think I had secret by that point. That was long before I got any of my clearances. So I think I just had to have approval, but those were like quasi-public demonstrations, or at least like demonstrations that were approved for the public, and it was 6 years ago. So things have massively changed in modern warfare. Internet used to be DARPANet. Oh yeah. Set Theshiel, guessing you mean Jana was a deputy chief? Oh wait, is there some live chat stuff that I'm missing? I might be. Oh no, maybe I'm not. Yeah, it was probably her. Oh, the CIA director. Gotcha. Gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah. Anyways, very long tangent.
This maybe we can tell Scanlan to set off the thingy.
Yeah.
I'll come running out as my old crazy lady,
Yeah.
saying, "Sir, the house is under attack."
Yeah.
Toward the guards guarding this house.
Hmm?
And then I'll just kind of stand there as they react.
I like it. Could we look at this house first?
I thought we did.
No. I thought we want to shoot the arrows.
No, that's what Scanlan's saying.
What do I see? I'm looking all over this house.
Right. This house, also well-built, sturdy, mostly wood construction, but it's all dark wood. It almost seems to disappear against the gray skies above it if you're looking from a downward perspective. It's a very dreary-looking home, built to look pretty for someone who doesn't like a lot of color. It's 2 stories. There are a number of windows on both stories. Looks like there's a small, looks to be a garden out front that has been long ignored and died and dried up. Just like browns and just abysmal looking. Other than that, there's not much else to say on the building.
No guards, no nobody watching.
Not currently any guards outside of it, no.
I want to go for a circle around and see if I see anything.
Stealth. I cast Pass Without a Trace on him.
And you stay within 30 feet of him?
Huh?
You stay within 30 feet of him?
I guess I stealth behind him.
All right, both you guys will stealth.
Very
no.
worth
No. Which days?
If you want to make sure you're not caught.
Add 10.
Good.
36.
Jeez. That's pretty good. What did you add?
bend the grass.
Yeah.
Oh, 38.
Oh.
You got 36 and 38. Boom.
You're both discovered and killed.
Immediately. Just like that. You push into one of the nearby alleyways, kind of curve around the side and make your way to the back portion of this. And it does, the gate is buttressed up against one of the surrounding buildings. Looks like a warehouse of some kind, to the point where there's a little bit of space you can get over, but it's about 8 feet up, and it is, spiky top. But looking over, you do see there is one guard that is slowly patrolling around the outside, and you see through the nearby window what looks like 2 humanoids that just cross past the front of the window.
2 humanoids are in the house. There's a guard between the home and the warehouse that you just described?
Correct.
Walk circling the house.
Basically, you didn't see it from your perspective once you went around to the alleyway, to the other side of it. You do see there was one guard that slowly...
Another classic situation where a nice little abstract map would help. Like, I don't think, he doesn't need to draw a map of any of the stores they've been in. He doesn't need to draw up a map when they're meeting with Archibald. But the moment that, like, people and placements and, like, entry points matter, I'm drawing out squares, circles, and lines. Does not have to be more complicated than that. Just dink, 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 dink. Like, this square is the house. This square is the warehouse. Like, here are the windows. Lines. Like, because this runs the risk so easily, especially if you're not generous as a DM, with assuming what they want and, like, that they wouldn't do something stupid. This runs a really high risk of you accidentally, like, misrepresenting their actions within the RP. If you don't have, like, a common thing to work off of. So this is again, it's just like the last time that they were going into one of these mansions. Super vague. Don't need a battle map. Don't need hexes, squares, a grid, whatever. Just ding, 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 ding. Whiteboards are your friends. And I think you would get a lot more interesting stuff from Vax as well.
Patrolling the outside.
I can purge and take him out with an arrow.
You do your thing, yeah.
Actually, sneak attack him. That might be smarter.
I'll start, you follow.
Got it.
Alright.
Should we let Scanlan do his thing first and then we sneak attack him? Set it all in motion?
Yes.
All at the same time then. On the count of 3.
Oh, Ed turned Mons. I don't even give feet. I don't give feet. I don't give anything. I just throw down fucking symbols. I mean, but you're again, there are levels to this of, like, nothing, abstract shapes with, like, some hazy measurements, and then, all the way up your ladder to a battle map. But yeah, I think that once we start talking about, like, layouts, even if we're not going to be engaging with it as a layout, right? Like, we're not going to be engaging with it as a battle map. Once we start talking about, like, where are the guards and, like, all of that, just having some vague shapes on a map with some measurements, without some measurements, whatever, is super worthwhile. Yeah, they don't have to be even remotely accurate, honestly. Because the really important thing here is, okay, are the guards on the left, back, or front of the house? Where are the windows? Okay, there are 2 windows on the left side. It doesn't matter that the windows are 5 feet off the ground, 10 feet between them on a 20-foot wall. None of that matters. What really matters for, like, this planning step and, like, when are we going to jump into action is just, oh, this is a side with 2 windows, I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, and I don't, similar to the Rebecca comment earlier about, like, being, like, convinced about the polymorph earrings or whatever, this is not, like, debate. I'm not meaning to, like, try and convince you guys. It's more just, like, when I see comments a lot of time, or when I see chats, a lot of times it gives me direction, and maybe this is exemplary of my DMing style, of what parts to go deeper in on around my opinion and, like, around what I'm doing, and explain myself more in kind of more specified terms when I see what you're responding to. So you don't, you can say, that sort of comment if you want, but you also don't need to, like, confirm that I've convinced you. No, I wasn't picking up what you were putting down. Yeah, which is great. That's, bro, you have hit on the exact reason that I love talking about things, especially things that are harder to talk about on stream as opposed to in YouTube comments. Like, comments are fine, they're cool, but it is so much easier for me to explain myself and for me to have, like, an active back and forth with the chat as opposed to a YouTube comment thread. Any sort of comment thread. Like, yeah, I'm not like picking on YouTube's comments here. Any comment thread. This is one of the core reasons that I love streaming in a way that I do not like. I don't want to say I do not like, but I don't love any other type of content creation as much. This is one of the main reasons why. Anyways, lore drop, I guess.
Hold on.
What? All I heard is on the count of 3. What's going
Three of
on?
them.
Scanlan, whatever you're going to do, I want you to get ready to do it.
And then we'll count to 3 and we'll attack.
Shouldn't I do mine first?
Yeah, you do it.
Yes.
Tell us when.
Oh, you want me to do mine first and then?
Whenever you're ready.
How about you wait 30 seconds and go?
Got it.
All right. I turn into a triceratops.
I'm gonna say, roll an intelligence check
Come on, Bert.
That's fun.
Come on, Bird.
Intelligence.
with advantage because you're a
I don't even
bard.
know where that is. Oh,
Add your intelligence
Give you an
modifier to it.
advantage. Roll again.
With advantage because he's a bard? Sure, whatever.
I already get advantage for intelligence
Take it.
check. 19.
Okay.
That's
Through
intelligence saves. Sam, I'm assuming.
your bardic research and hearing many tales and seeing scribblings in books of presumably madmen, apparently there were certain creatures that existed long before the civilization had taken root. You have heard of some of these, one of which is the mighty and frightening Triceratops. You hear it's just a fable, but it's kind of fun to pretend to be one, sure.
3 horns and big.
Yep, and out of nowhere, this tiny fly swoosh into a Triceratops, boom, lands and crushing the man beneath you. He's going to attempt to, roll a 20 on his saving throw.
Of course he did.
So he's only going to take half damage. Go ahead and roll 3d6 crushing damage.
3d6? Don't even have a d6.
Love that.
Wow. 17.
17. Okay, did not like that. Okay, he's crushing. He's prone beneath you right now.
And for my move, I bash down the door.
All right, go ahead and just go to roll an attack.
20? 18.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll another 3d6.
3. 6. No, that wasn't anything. 9.
9, so plus 3. Double points damage. You turn around and with a loud cracking sound, the whole outside of the...
Oh man, I don't even want this tangent to go too long because I want to keep this up, but I will say I like that he's using D6s, and if you are needing to improvise damage as a DM, there is a table in the DMG about improvising traps, improvising hazards, improvising damage in general, like... and it does all use D6s. And that is one of the tables that I have up on my DM screen because I love improvising damage. I love giving characters abilities to do crazy and wild things and like improvise damage off of that. So the table gives you recommendations for like, deadly, benign, medium, I don't know, whatever. So love this. Matt is clearly going off the cuff, which is fine. But if you want to allow and encourage your players to do wild shit like this, I highly recommend that table. It'll keep it from going insane, but it will reward them with not just like, a couple of D4, like an extra D6, but it also won't feel crazy, And so it begins. This was what I was saying got me hooked before. This is very classic D&D. This is like one of those things where for like a comedic player, the shit really opens up. Like, Taliesin would have never done this. They're like different types of players, but for a comedic personality, this is the sort of scene where D&D's like, wait, you can do what? This is where like the doors open for you and you realize I think everyone, no matter what type of player, has that moment of like, oh, you can do anything. And it's just that what anything is, two different players can change. Can't wait for Friday. Me too. This made it into the animated series. That's so sick. That's awesome.
The doorway and most of that side of the room is just thrashed and destroyed. Wood chunks go flying everywhere with a loud roar. You see the part of the inside of the foyer collapses from that side of the building. You basically just take out a whole support and start thrashing around. You hear voices begin yelling out from in the house.
Is someone knocking at our door? The dog's just freaked out. Puppies. What? Are we... What? Do you need my help? Okay. You sure? Okay, we are near the end of stream anyway, so I can possibly help afterwards. I don't know. That's weird. Okay, it was not an intruder. It was not an intruder alert. You and me both, yeah. DMGing improvised damage table is D10s. Okay. I forgot. I thought it was D6s, but yeah, D10s seem reasonable. Yeah, either way, I love that improvised damage table. Sam commits so hard to this too. He like wakes up as a player, like you're saying. Exactly. It's so cool. It's so cool to see. I haven't seen a lot of the others really wake up. Maybe Grog during the pit fight, and definitely Percy during this like role playing arc. But yeah, he really just like he like powers on.
Household, and immediately 5 guards start rushing in from different rooms towards you.
Okay.
All right. 2 of which are holding already armed and ready crossbows. We'll give that just a second.
Okay.
You guys?
I'm gonna run up behind the one guard and beat him in the back of the head with the back of my dagger.
Okay. Go roll attack. He does not see you. This is considered a surprise attack.
Surprise attack. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not that good. But so that's 17.
That hits.
That hits. All right. And then and then the second attack, which also have advantage, is 23.
23 also hits. Yeah.
Okay. So sneak attack. Yeah. So here we go. Is plus. Get him. 8 plus is 10, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 25 for the first attack. Oh no, 20. Yeah, 25 for the first attack, and then
sneak attack.
That was it.
Right. It's a surprise round.
Yeah.
Don't you get double damage for being an assassin?
So 50.
So 50. Okay.
Yeah, all I want to do is gunk him.
Yep.
Like I do.
And that's all you needed. He had like 45 hit points.
Okay.
Whack! With one hit in the back of his head, he just crumples into the ground, smacking into the wet grass around this field.
And I look back and I look over at my sister's shoulder and go, go play. Come on, go play.
Okay, a rage.
Okay.
We're just going straight into the house?
What are we doing?
So
Watching all this happen? We're all like, oh, there goes Grog.
Yeah,
because you said nothing.
You guys right now watch as now Dax runs over and tells Grog to run in and go after the front door.
Well, that's not what I said. I said you want to play.
No, I took off running.
Grog is running through the door now. You guys see him bolt off.
So I
Burst
look
through the
at
gate.
Activate the flaming warhammer.
I guess we're going.
I guess we're
Oh, we're going then.
Everybody's running at the door.
All right, so you just go and roll a strength check just for the hell of it.
04? Is 04 not this? Am I misunderstanding? I don't think so.
There was a closed gate.
Can't do the same thing we did last time.
Oh, N4.
Athletics.
Grog would like to rage. And 02. PC doesn't go unconscious. Gilmore wasn't mentioned. Oh, dagger. Wait, no. Oh, Vax says my sister. Did Vax say my sister? I didn't catch that, but I believe that.
14.
14. Okay. It's not immediate impact. It takes you a second. You have to force your way through the gate. You essentially grab the 2 sides of it and pull until eventually the chain snaps and the bars bend. And you shove off one of the old doors of the gate and just onto the ground before you, leaving you a straight look to the front door. You just take a bolt for the rest of you guys kind of give a chase afterward. You all rush to the front door of this homestead. It's currently closed.
We saw a front door. We saw some sort of warehouse and a side window with 2 people going, right?
Yeah.
Let's flank.
Yeah, let's go in the window.
Yeah.
I'll meet you in the middle.
Yeah, we go in the window.
You said there was a door around back? There's like
Windows around
There's
back.
windows around back.
I'll go around back.
I'll also go around back.
Oh, but that's only Grog in the front now. Just
He's
Grog.
fine.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Trinket. Going in with you.
Drinking going in with him?
You want to send him in?
Alrighty.
It's gonna be nasty.
Not
Where I'm
coming in the
going.
window.
It's all
Yeah,
day
in the
buffet.
window.
He's going in the door?
Sink or
All right.
swim.
Alrighty.
Can we see any of the damage? Is there any smoke rising from the house yet? Or
No, there's no smoke.
smoke.
There's no smoke. There's nothing setting smoke on that point.
I'm trying to get a better look and listen as I run closer to the
Ditto.
windows.
I
gonna be
understand.
smoking inside the
And
car.
we will pick up at this moment next week.
Oh,
But I'm a dinosaur.
I know.
But I'm a dinosaur. I was just thinking to myself, man, he just started the music. How are we gonna progress this with however much time is left? Turns out there was no time left. So we're just not going to. Oh, man. Fuck. This is just like the Basilisk. Or not the Basilisk, the Behir. Like, Now, obviously, we had no idea that we were going to end on such a funny Scanlan note with the Triceratops. Matt had no way of knowing that. And if I am Matt, I do not want to miss all of the buildup. Like, I think that getting that buildup as your cliffhanger is kind of a cheap thrill. Now, what might have happened, to read between the lines a little bit, this was a very short episode. So what might have happened is he saw them doing all this. He saw that they were engaging in basically two separate fights. He got, oh, fuck, this is going to take forever. And, you know, maybe he has like a little timer on the desk. And he's like, okay, not the best place to end. I should have ended earlier, but earlier would have been too early, but this combat's going to take way too long. And we're going to have way too long of an episode, and there are producers here and all that sort of shit. So I think this may be just, you know, you can't always predict the pacing, and especially when you have, like, a crew, you can't go long sometimes. So, intense cliffhanger. How dare Matt make us wait? Someone probably had a hard out. Yeah, exactly. Someone could have had a hard out. Because my thing is, like, that's crazy as the end, but I think that it makes the next episode start off kind of slow. Like, I think that we lose all the momentum building up to this combat in this moment because we have, like, a week in between. So I don't love this as a cliffhanger, even though it is a good cliffhanger. Just because I think we lose that big moment that we could have had next time to start off the session. Whereas instead we're starting off on like a battle map, and that also could be a thing. Matt's very much a battle map sort of guy. Maybe he doesn't have one of the battle maps ready. And he's really into that. And so he might just say, fuck, like, you know, gotta end, which is very okay. As a DM, if you don't feel like you can do something justice and you feel like it is just better to end now and push it out a week, totally more power to you. More power to you to end early and just say, hey guys, you know, like I have some stuff prepped, but I don't have it as prepped as I want to be. Like, that's totally fine. That's how you keep yourself consistent and don't burn out, is by, you know, knowing your limits there. You can pick this house or this house. Both. You're so right. Because they didn't even do you remember the original plan? The original plan was, hey, Scanlan, go fuck with shit from a distance and then come over to us. And he's like, right, Triceratops. What the fuck was that? 2 combats is a long time. 2 combats is a fucking eternity. Yeah. Also, I think Sam made a poop joke earlier, looking for chat to confirm. Oh, potentially. Oh, wait, there was another one. G1. I wouldn't say G1 because he asked him if he wanted to play. It's not like he asked him, Grog, go get the book. I don't know. I don't know that it was that much of a misunderstanding. I think, if anything, Vax was being purposefully misinterpretive. I don't know. Purposely vague. Simultaneously and combat. Yeah. I smashed through the door could have been the moment. Yeah. It could have been a great starting moment. But you mean the moment where he realizes, oh no, we're about to like start some shit. I need to delay this till next session. Totally could have been. It might have been like in Matt's mental plan for this session to go longer. But then I smashed through the doors like, uh-oh, I gotta pull the cord, which is totally fair. Matt Mercer is not prepared. He needs to get his Triceratops. Is next stream still at normal start time? No. Part of the point of full episode Fridays is that I don't work every other Friday. I'm on the 980 schedule. So, half episodes are at 5:30, all times in Central Standard Time. Critical Role full episodes are every other Friday at 12:30. So, we will be starting in a very European-friendly time. So, if you're a Eurofrog, this is your time to shine. Yeah. So, and that will allow us... That's one of the reasons that it is full episode Fridays, is because I can start at 12:30. So even if the stream is 8 or 9 hours long, you know, then we're talking about, for me, ending at 8 or 9 p.m. and not 1 or 2 a.m. So that's why full episodes are on every other Friday, is because of my work schedule, mostly. So yes, this Friday at 12:30 will be the time. Let me switch back to Just Cam. Hello. How you doing? Yeah. The complete I don't know what's coming next could make up for the lost momentum with tension and them thinking about it all week. There is and this is a very real consideration of like the Lost effect, you know, of like, oh, like they're talking about it all week, or not the Lost effect, but like the Game of Thrones effect. Like they're talking about it all week. They're so excited about it. Like that could very, very much be a thing. Ed Mons, had to hit this before you left. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I'm upset because your super chat is supposed to be right here. It's supposed to be, I could grasp it, and it was supposed to be read out in a funny text-to-speech voice. And I don't know why it wasn't. Shit. I will get that fixed. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's all could make up for that lost momentum and tension. Yeah. Sorry, I just reread that. I'm all flustered now. A wise man once said a plan never survives first contact with Vox Machina. True. Now they're in the middle of reacting, which is not ideal for trying to resume. That's kind of what I'm hitting on, Ed Turdmons, is like, for this sort of thing, I think you want them to be like, I think I would end it right as they are like approaching the manor of like, you guys separate, you know, you wish each other good luck, and that's where we'll pick up next episode. And then when it comes to them thinking all week, they can think about a plan all week, right? That's actually kind of an analysis paralysis hack, is right before a big dungeon thing like that, you end it like right as they're rolling up, and now they have all week to talk about it, text each other like, oh, what do you think we should do, whatever. Like maybe end it like right as you've or maybe even don't draw it out in the moment, but maybe in the intervening time, like send them some vague maps. Be like, you know, you guys see like this general layout, blah, blah, blah. Like that way their brain can really start thinking about it. I don't know. But pacing and like where you end the episode, that is a major thing. Like a lot of this, my analysis, easy to chirp from the peanut gallery, right? Like it's harder at the table. And this is one thing where it's like, when I'm watching it, I feel like the ideal times, but when I'm in it, it is so hard for me to detect that. Part of the reason that I keep calling it out is to try to lock it into my own brain of saying like, hey, this is a good time to maybe exit, dude. So, you know, take all that for what it's worth. But not gonna lie, I really like this new schedule. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I think it's allowing me to be so much more free with my commentary, to like really get into my wild conspiracy theories. Like I didn't even go, I think, over. We used to have like a 15-minute timer, and I only went over it like 1, 2, or 3 times. But even with like a 15-minute timer, you know, we were running into crazy long episodes. So I'm really happy with the half episodes because I can go through it all. I can talk to chat. We can have these tangents, and I don't need to worry about it being an 8-hour episodes, which it's very possible that full episode Fridays will be 8 or 9 hour streams. Super possible, because I'm going to treat them the same way I treat this. They're just going to be full episodes, but I'll have more time. So, yeah, I'm liking the new I'm liking the new schedule as well. Yeah. 12:30 Central. Yes, 12:30 Central. Oh God. Well, that's me out. See you later, Deadly Spark. I got golf all morning. Cool. Sounds good. Have fun. I hope you enjoy your golf. Serialization effect. Yeah. Well, I think it's serialization effect with like heavy lore implications. Like, people aren't talking about Law and Order between the episodes. At least not a lot, right? Maybe sometimes when they're in, like, maybe a deeper arc. But, like, Game of Thrones, everyone was like, what does it mean? What's the implication? You know, Twitter's lighting up after every single episode where they're, you know, talking over everything that just happened. So I think that, yeah, there's definitely something to be said for, like, maybe, like, a dramatic series. Well, I guess Law & Order is also a drama. Serialization, but not procedural, maybe. Effect, yeah. Anyone know what 12:30 Central, 7:30? 7:30. My greatest DM moment was after my players entered a Groundhog Day zone. Oh, love a time loop. Love a time loop. I really want to do a time loop one-shot at one point where, like, the entire one-shot is insanely deadly and there's, like, one right path through it and they just die over and over and over until they figure out the path. Anyways. Went through 2-day cycles, realized what was happening, and then I ended the session. Oh, right as they realized? That's sick. That's very sick timing. That's very, very cool. Yeah, that's good pacing. Because the alternative, I think there's like the maybe obvious thing that is not quite right is just to end it after the first cycle when they wake up. Also okay, like also interesting, but I think it's even more interesting right after they realize what's going on. Then they're thinking about it all day. And you're not, you're at a point where, like, the momentum has a bunch of time to build back up because, right, that also would have been one thing. If they had realized it, you had given them all the time to talk about it, and then you ended it right when they were going to implement their plan to, like, get through the next cycle. That would have been worse. You want to do it right when they figure it out, but before they've had any time to plan and, like, talk about it and really think through it as a group. You get the, wait, what? End. Because then you start the next session with them being super into it and them being, like, having thought about all this stuff but not having had a chance to talk about it in character. Like, with this, they've talked about their whole plan already. Like, now all that's left to do is to execute. And I don't think that like, planning, for all of analysis paralysis's fault, planning is good at, like, building momentum and, like, building, not stress, but, like, building, what's the word? Tension as you plan for this stuff. So, anyways, my great, wait. What an episode. I loved all the conspiracies. The drops were great. Yeah. I love conspiracizing. And the lore drops this episode were super cool. Very, very interesting. Really got my head spinning. Even beyond the conspiracy theories of just, like, the normal drop of, like, everything with Percy was technically, you know, this same episode. So this was a banger episode. They had 3 weeks to figure out how to kill a Tarask at level 11. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's so sick. And the great part about that is that they can't ask you questions the whole time. So they're off in, like, theory land, right? Of, like, not knowing if any particular thing will work, of not being able to ask about the equipment in the room. They only have their thoughts and each other's memories, which is way cooler than if you let them plan that all out and then leave right before execution. Because now, like, well, you know, what's there left to do? They just sit at home, you know, being excited to execute, but then they get there and they just do it. It's lost all the momentum. It's lost all the spice. Thank you, Hans Pawning King. Wait, what did Hans Pawning King do? Did I miss something? I saw that Hans had like a little thingy, but I didn't see what it was. It's not. What did Hans do? Oh, Hans converted the European times. I see. Never mind. with unlimited retries. Oh, love unlimited retries. Next session, they basically solved the Groundhog Day puzzle and then tried and succeeded in their plan. Beautiful. Absolutely perfect pacing and timing. Yeah. I'm told there was a very active text thread going over the weeks. That's the best. That is exactly what you want to evoke while still leaving enough to where they have to interact as characters. Like, you want them to be interacting as players, and then when they come back, they still have to interact as characters with each other and with you to, like, get a sense of, like, will their plans even work? So that's awesome. That's very great timing. And there's a timer to get it to 0 or it's back to 100. What? Oh, for the like time one shot? I think is what you're talking about. Anyways, that's all. If there's anything that you wanted me to go more in detail on, I used to be like, oh, ask me at the end. But I think I always say, like, I never know what to tell people to comment. If there's anything you wanted me to go more in detail on or to clarify at any point, ask it down in the comments. And I will not correct, but, like, clarify or explain in the prelude to next stream. So I will see you all. Remember, 12:30 Central, I guess 7:30 Central European, on Friday. Goodbye. Join the Discord. Like, comment, subscribe, all that nonsense. See you later.